From Jaw Radio, we are trying to update our feeds. So the data is being sent, streaming on Rumble, not yet on YouTube. I am seeing streaming on Facebook, streaming on YouTube. And shalom and welcome. Besides, we're going to be looking into it is a spiritual. We're going to look at things in the scriptures that tell us the implications and why this is done and all of those things. It's going to give us deeper insights into the word, and may you stay to the end because there are so many insights in this one. Don't let the topic fool you because people have been speaking about buying and selling for such a long time. But this one should give you more. Sorry, this one. Yeah, this one should give you more about that no man might buy and sell. If I was to speak about the topic, what the topic is about health meeting wealth. Health and wealth. Because health and wealth are the two weapons that the beast is going to use to set up his new world order beast system. Health and wealth. And we're going to look at the implications of it, what we need to do, what we need to know, what we need to understand, what we need to do to overcome the beast. This is showing us insights into the beast that most people have not yet seen, a deeper insight that I did not know or understand before. And it's well worth your time, all right? I'm saying this because I know people need to hear this and see this, and I want them to hear it and see it. I'm not saying it because I'm exalting us to say we have this and we have this revelation and this. I'm saying it because what has been revealed is things that people need to know and understand. And as the word says, wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom. But with all that getting, get what? Get understanding. And this is going to give us understanding. So we're looking at health meeting wealth. No man might buy or sell. And we begin by looking at this here principle. The fact that sin loves buying and selling. Sin loves buying and selling. I think I had gotten, what did I do with this? I think, yeah. All right, I missed out something. I did it, but I did not include it in here. Anyway, sin loves buying and selling. So something that we have to have in the back of our minds. Sirach 27:1 says, many have sinned for a small matter, and he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eyes away. Many have sinned for a small matter, and he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eye away. As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones, so doth sin stick close between buying and selling. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of Yahuwah, his house shall soon be overthrown. Now, sin sticks fast right there between buying and selling. This is the importance and the power of the people on this earth, bringing us to a point where we cannot buy and sell. Because when we cannot buy and sell, and we seek for abundance, what does it say in verse 1? We will turn our eyes away. That is why when they came with this mark of the beast thing in the arm system, when they came with it and we were telling people, this is the mark of the beast, and we were explaining from now until, as my mother would say, until thy kingdom come. When we were explaining, they would not listen to us. They came up with all sorts of things. And we had to be digging deeper. But it is not this because that. And then we solved that. Then they came with, but this is not because. So what it was is that they sought for abundance. They wanted to go back to the order as it was. And so they turned their eyes away, meaning they turned their eyes away from the truth because they did not want to face it, because they did not want to believe that this is the mark of the beast. So sin is right there with buying and selling. And it says, unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of Yahuwah, his house shall soon be overthrown. So when this mark of the beast thing came, it was those of us who were fearful, and there were people who weren't even fearful. Oh, God will understand. Oh, God this and God. Well, we were petrified of getting this thing in our arms, and people were there. They could not care less because they do not hold themselves diligently in the fear of Yahuwah. And because of that, many houses were overthrown. Many have died since then, and many are walking around with the mark of the beast, rejecting the cause of those of us to whom it was revealed. Yes? So the fear of Yahuwah is our protection from the sins of buying and selling. And I had prepared something to do with the diverse weights and diverse measures, which I had intended to put in, but I don't have the time now. So the Most High told us that those who have diverse weights and diverse measures are abomination unto Yahuwah. Now, what are diverse weights and diverse measures? Diverse weights and diverse measures, it's involved with buying and selling. When we weigh things in the balance and we use a different weight in order to cheat people. So, for example, something would weigh 3 pounds. We set up balance that makes it look like it weighs 5 pounds, and so we cheat them that 2 pounds. That's the type of things. The Most High says it's abomination unto him. That is just an example of buying and selling. Another thing about buying and selling, that is why when people ask me, okay, so when you flee out of the midst of Babylon, how are we going to make money? Until the time comes when such and such. The only thing I can tell them, and the only thing I will tell them, it is the occupation that is biblical and scriptural. Because here we go, everything according to the scriptures. So the occupation in the scripture is husbandry, which is agriculture, plants and animals. That's what's in the Bible. That's what I recommend. Why? Because if you go anywhere with any other occupation, it is going to be abominable to the Most High, because almost every occupation in this world has some form of deceit, some form of sin attached to it. Yes? So when you buy something and sell back something, what you're doing, you're actually involved with the Babylonian system, the system of Babylon. And if you're selling food and they say, okay, we're selling food, but this food is polluted. They add all sorts of things to the food. What are you going to do? You are going to be partaking of their sins, just the same. So you said you have fled out of Babylon, you come out of Babylon to set up business, and you are still partaking of their sins. So what do? Husbandry. Your own plants, raise your own animals, plant your own crops, you sell them, and that's it. That's what I can tell anyone who says, come out of the midst of Babylon, and that is why it is important to do what? Gather yourselves together. So you gather yourselves together and you plant, you eat, you have food provided for you, clean food away from Babylon's food, and yet still you have surplus, you sell, and that can sustain you. All right? If you have a good enough piece of land and you have enough people to farm it, that can sustain you and make you comfortable until the Most High says, hey, time, let's move. All right? So sin is right there with almost everything that we do. Sin is present. Sin is sitting, lurking, lurking, lurking. I'm telling you. Now, we're going to use an example of how we are brought to sin through buying and selling. The heathens use buy and sell to get us to profane the Shabbat. The heathens use buying and selling to get us to profane the Shabbat. Nehemiah 10:31. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Shabbat day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Shabbat or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year and the exaction of every debt. So the heathen were bringing in wares for the children of Yashrael to sell on the Shabbat day. Does that sound familiar? They do the same thing today by making Saturday the most commercial day. You know, there are many things that let you know that Saturday is the Sabbath. Yeah? Why do they make Saturday the most commercial day? Why? Because it is a Shabbat and they want to profane the Shabbat. It's very simple. Yes? They do not make Sunday the most commercial day, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. None of those days. It is Saturday. They make the most commercial day to make it attractive so that people can do what? Profane the Shabbat. All right? That's just an example. Now, using buying and selling to get people to surrender to your will. We're going to show an example of how buying and selling is used to surrender people to our will. Because what are we saying? We are saying that the people today are using buying and selling to get us to surrender to their will. When they say you cannot buy or sell unless you take this mark or unless you take this number. And that was the trick with the mark of the beast, because at the time people were laughing, you still can buy and sell when we take this. Hey. The Most High created the heavens and the earth in 7 days. Do you think Satan is going to do everything in just one day? Eh? And that back then we told them, it is a process. It will come to that time. Now, it's coming to that time because they're coming with that number to marry with that mark, and pretty soon the number and the mark will go together. You will see, you will see, you will see. Now, let's look at an example, because this example was not of the wicked doing it. It was of the righteous Israelites who were doing it against the Israelites who were wicked. But we're going to see how they use buy and sell to get to flush them out, to get them to conform to them, to get them to want to be at one with them. Because this is the buying and selling. If you cannot buy and sell, they want us to be one with them. They want us to be at one with them. So they're going to use buy and sell. They're going to use health and wealth in order to force us, to cause us to bow to them. Because this phase where we're at, it's not forced. It's not literally forced. It is caused. And that word, he caused it all, is very important. He caused it all is very important. Because what it is saying is that they will do things that will make us take the decision to do it. Yes? So when they come with this number, it is a decision. When they came with the mark, it was a decision on our part. So they caused us to do it to make us feel as if we have to do it, and then we had to make the decision to do it. So we're going to show how the Israelites use this buying and selling, not being able to buy and sell, to get us to do this, his will. First Maccabees 13 verse 49 says, the Israelites were in the tower, right? They also of the tower in Jerusalem were kept so straight that they could neither come forth, nor go into the country, nor buy, nor sell. Let's see what happens to them when they are not able to buy and sell. And people, I want you to take this cue. That is why we are telling people, when you hear we tell people about fleeing out of the midst of Babylon, do you think we're just saying it and just throwing it up? It is the wisdom of the Most High, because the Most High knows if you stay in there, you're going to get snared. So the Most High says, come out of her, my people, so that you be not partakers of her sins, so that you receive not of her plagues. All right? All right. The mark of the beast is to make us like them. The mark of the beast is that thing that people took in their arms. That's what it is. Don't tell me anything about to make us like them. That thing that they took in their arms. And I don't know if today I will have more. I can't even explain it here. To explain the depths of it, how it has to do with the DNA and everything and whatever you. Yeah. Anyway, let me not be distracted. So when they were not able to buy nor sell, wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals. and a great number of them perished through famine. Now, famine does not mean that there is not food in the land. We hear in the book of Amos, there shall be a famine of the word. Famine just means that nothing is there. And they were in distress. They were in distress because they could not buy and sell. So that is what caused the famine. If you cannot buy or sell, you cannot get goods, you cannot get food to eat, etc. So let's see what happened to them when they realized that they could not buy and sell. Let's see what happened to them. Then cried they to Shimon, beseeching him to be at one with them. Let me say it again. Then cried they to Shimon, beseeching him to be at one with them. Which thing he granted them, and when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollutions. So when they realized that they couldn't buy and sell, and they were in great distress for want of food, they bowed to those who were oppressing them, beseeching to be at one with them. This is the same principle that the wicked are going to utilize with this mark of the beast. They are setting up a system whereby you, if you do not take this mark and this number, you will not be able to partake of this system. And so you will be in great distress for want of food. And when you are in great distress for want of food, you will bow to them. That is why a lot of people who are believers, who are opting to stay in the midst of Babylon, you're making a very grave error. Very, very grave error. Because you are assuming, hey, I will have the power to overcome. You see what happened to the people? When they started starving, what they did? They bowed and strove to be at one with them. Okay? All right, so we did that. Let me look if I left out something here, because I skipped something there. I don't want to have skipped out anything. So I just looked at using buying and selling. Okay, I think we're at the right place. All right. Right now, people, I want you to look very carefully. I want you to look at me very carefully. I never got this insight until the other day when I was preparing this. I want you to look very carefully. What you're going to see here, you are going to see the strategy that the beast is using, and it's a surprise and a shock. It's the same strategy that Joseph used in Egypt. The same strategy with no man being able to buy and sell. Joseph used it partially in Egypt in order to get the people to be servants of Pharaoh and for Pharaoh to have control over them. It is the same system they're going to use. We're going to try to illustrate the system. I only hope, as it was brought to me, that I'm able to bring it out again. It's not easy to see. Please watch. Please listen. Whatever you're doing, please look at this. It will give you more insight into what is happening in this world and insights into the foolishness that we teach. And you will realize that we were not the fools in the first place with what we were teaching. Okay? Buying, selling, money, famine, desperation, and surrender. It should be. That surrender should also be there. Genesis 47, verses 13 to 27. Only hope I can remember this as it was revealed to me. Verse 13. Joseph and the famine. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. Now, what we said earlier was that when they could not buy or sell, and when they realized they could not have any victuals, they bowed and they surrendered to the system. Yeah? Now, the third horse, let me go to the third horse here. The third horse in the book of Revelation is looming. Because, let's go to 6, about verse 6 or 7. 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, Come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. Black has to do with mourning, with sin, with hunger, famine, starvation, all of that. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. What did he have in his hand? I tell you this, you see this teaching here? Man, for me, when I was putting it together, it was such fun to see everything just coming together, everything fitting together. What did he have in his hand? A pair of balances. That is why I wanted to bring up the diverse measures and diverse ways. Balances has to do with what? With business. This has to do with business, buying and selling, merchandising. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny. And by the way, if any of you are familiar with the stock market, this is how it operates. They shout out the commodity, which will be like wheat, and then they tell you how much they are buying it for. Yeah? And wheat is a commodity on the stock market. So is barley. So is oil. I don't know about wine, but you know, you're going to have companies, wine companies that are listed there as well. This is a stock market here for you people. This is a collapse of the world economy. Yeah? This is when the famine comes that we have in Joseph. Let's go back to it. What am I doing here? Yes. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. So there is going to come a really tough, hard time upon the face of this earth. Coming very soon. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, for the corn which they brought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. So what is going to happen? They are going to make money so tight, so hard to come by. And by the way, for those of us who are in our group, remember this week, right? Remember this week. You know, I don't like to have this thing. I like to hear in case there's a problem and I'm not hearing it. Those of us in our group, remember this week when we were trying to transfer some money, and how much, for the past 2 weeks or so, and how much troubles and struggles we have gone through. Because what they have done, they have put gatekeeper companies. Let me tell you what these people have done. We're talking about buying and selling. Remember this. Let me put back my mug here. So, what happened is that they have set up gatekeeper companies. You have the banks that are controlled by the elites, by the beast. Then they have you. Then they set up gatekeeper companies in the intermediary. Companies like Zelle, Cash App. I don't know them. PayPal. Those are gatekeepers for money that is moving. When the money moves, they stop you. Too much money. No. No, too much money, too many transactions. Why are you doing so much transactions? Bam, interview. Interview. When they have an interview, if you don't tell them what they want, oh, your account has been suspended. You have to find another way. You find another way, bam, the gatekeeper steps in. No, bam, your account is blocked. Money cannot move freely anymore. This is the time of Joseph. Only hope I have enough time and strength to present this. This is so powerful and so insightful. So they put the gatekeepers there to ensure that the money is dried up. And what they do, the banks control the money. And what they do, they ensure that all of your money is in the bank. Because there's going to come a time when they're going to collapse it. What they are doing, it's a trick. You are going to be taught your money is okay in the bank. It's all right. Bam, they close the door. And they say, hey, digital currency. You got to have this number to be able to participate. And they have your money and you cannot get it unless you have that number. I tell you people, if you know what is good for you, those who are believers, flee out of the midst of Babylon. Take what you have while you can and use it to follow what I am telling you, where you can generate food for yourself so there will not be the famine upon you. Yes? Pretty soon that money that you have will have no use to you if you are a believer, because they're going to ask you to bow to their system to partake of this. All right? Now, where was I? Yes. So they are going to dry up the money. So pretty soon when you buy and sell, the money is going to be dried up in the system. Verse 15, and when money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, give us bread, for why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. For the money faileth. The time is going to come when the money is going to fail. The system is going to collapse. When the system collapses and the money fails, you will be going to the beast to ask for of the beast. Because guess what? The beast has assured you that your life is no good unless you eat from their supermarket. Your life is no good unless you eat commercial produce. When we say flee out of the midst of Babylon, go and farm for yourself, nobody wants to hear. So when you now start depending on the supermarket, when the supermarket, you don't have the money or the wherewithal to buy from the supermarket, you are going to be in dire straits. You're going to be in distress because the money has failed. Yes? Why? Digital currency. No more cash. Cash is dead. And you have all this cash, and we have seen this happen before. We have seen places where hyperinflation has taken place, and you see a whole wheelbarrow of cash to buy a little commodity. Because the money has failed. And they have to find alternative ways to bring money. So when the money fails, you are going to get what? Desperate, as we had showed earlier. Where did we show it earlier? Where did we show this desperation earlier? 1 Maccabees 13, 49 to 50. When they could not buy and sell, and the famine was sore upon them, and they gave up and sold themselves to surrender to the enemy. And Joseph said, give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle if money fail. This is now when they are going to take everything away from you. What is the slogan of the fourth industrial revolution? What is their slogan? Let me show my face here. What is their slogan? I don't know if I have it word for word. You will have nothing, but you will be happy. You will do what? You will have nothing, but you will be happy. So when the money fails and you go to them, they are going to ask you, you're going to have to sell and give up everything that you have. This is what you want to stay in. When we say flee out of Babylon, because just the word. Well, flee Babylon. Flee, go where? Go where? I'm staying here. Blah, blah, blah. Huh? When the money fails, all of your valuables they are going to take. And you will have nothing and you will be happy. Because they are going to assure you, as we're going to see next, they are going to assure you about what they call universal basic income. This is free money that they have given, and they have been showing people free money. Yeah, you'll own nothing and be happy. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Mike. So you are not going to have anything, and you're going to give up everything. When you give up everything, they're going to say, oh, don't worry. Don't worry, we have your back. You are going to qualify for universal basic income. That is a stipend that you're going to get every month. You don't have to work. You will just get this like a welfare system every month. The problem with that is that you will be attached to the system. That no man may buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. So you gotta have partake of the system to qualify for universal basic income. So you're in dire straits as a believer now. You've lost everything. What do you do? Because the Most High had told you through his servants, his slaves, that you should flee out of the midst of Babylon. But you did not hear, because you know why. So you are in dire straits. What do you do? Let's continue with Joseph and see what happens. And they brought their cattle unto Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses, and he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. Notice, he gave them food in exchange. So you are going to get this universal basic income, this handout, that will allow you to partake of the food. Now, what they call food is not actually food, by the way. It's going to be poison. It's going to be poison. All sorts of garbage, because we hear them now proposing of making meat from bugs and 3D printing meat. I don't know how they do that. Those are the things that they are going to do. Those are the things that they actually do plan to give us in exchange for our properties. Now, when that year was ended, they came unto him the second year and said unto him, we will not hide it from my master. All that our money is spent, my master also hath our herds, our cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my master but our bodies and our lands. This is when you become their slaves. Yes? No, this is when you give up the land. Yeah, you will give up your properties, your different ownership, things that you own later. But this is now when you give up your lands. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread. So then now, in order to live, they sell out themselves. While those now who have fled out of the midst of Babylon are somewhere under the wings of the Most High, planting their land and eating their bread. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread. And we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh, and give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. What did Joseph do? And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh. This is it. I did it too quickly. That is why I said I hope when it was how it was revealed to me, I'm able to bring it out. Seems I was not able to bring it out 100%. Because this is the part where you give up the lands now, when you will not own anything and you will be happy. And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them, so the land became Pharaoh's. Pharaoh is the beast. Today, in the fourth industrial revolution, the fourth kingdom of Daniel, the kingdom that they are building right now, the kingdom that you are ignoring, that we are talking about every single week, and you're ignoring us, thinking that it is a joke. The kingdom that Daniel prophesied about. This kingdom that is upon the face of the earth, they call the New World Order. United Nations agenda, whatever. This is it. We just showed you their system. Any more verses? Verse 21 to, what did he say? Where am I? I don't even know where I am. Oh, sorry, I didn't have, sorry about that. Yeah, let me get back over this one. Yeah. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. It's the same principle the New World Order is using, my people. This is when you will not own anything and you will be happy. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end thereof. I'm loving this. The Most High is great and powerful, and his word is true. What are they proposing? What are they proposing today? He removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end. What are they proposing? Smart cities. They are proposing relocating people to what? To the cities. They want you to leave the country, to leave the fields, and go and live in the cities where you cannot survive without partaking of their beast system, without having the mark and the number. I'm telling you, the Most High is great. The Most High is so great. Anyway, let me continue. Only the land of the priests bought he not. For the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them, wherefore they sold not their lands. This is another insight that I did not know. What is the religion of Babylon? What is the religion of Babylon? What religion is helping the beast? What religion is in Revelation 13? What religion is in Revelation 13, people? The second beast. Christianity, led by the Catholic Church. Which religion causeth all to take the mark? Which religion was out there? Which religion was out there leading people to take the mark of the beast? Which religion was out there setting up their churches as injection centers? Which religion was out there? Christianity. This is saying right here, I'm not saying it, this is what it's saying, is that they will be preserved, they will be protected. Why will they be protected? They took the mark of the beast anyway. Yes? So what he's saying, look, the lands of churches are tax-free. No matter how much the church makes, the government does not tax them. Why? They are of the beast. They are doing the work of the beast to get the people's minds to conform to Babylon's image, to conform to the likeness of the beast system. So because of that, they are rewarded not being able to buy and sell. I mean, they are rewarded, not being able to rewind. They are rewarded by not having to pay taxes. So what it seems is going to be happening according to this is that they will be protected. They will not take away their lands. Why? They need them to continue to brainwash the people and continue to because if the people are not brainwashed, they're going to wander. And they're going to wander, and then they're going to listen to people like us and other people who are telling them the truth. They don't want that. They want the churches to continue to have control. So everyone will run away. And that is why there will be a famine of the word, because those who have the word of truth would not be in the system. And then, not being in the system, they're going to need someone to stand up, and the Christian church is there to stand up. That's what I'm seeing. Anyway, Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. So after that, they're going to get the reward. This is the basic income that they shall get. And it shall come to pass, so even when they give them the handout, they are still going to tax them. Still going to have to pay the taxes. And it shall come to pass in the increase that he shall give the fifth part unto Pharaoh. 1/5 is what, 20%? And 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones, after they have polluted all the seeds. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Let us find favor in the sight of my master, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. So they became the slaves and the servants of the system. They don't want to be the slaves of the Most High. So they reject his call to flee and move out of Babylon. But in the end, they will end up being a slave of the beast. Isn't it sad? Anyway. Sorry. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the fifth part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. Man, Yahuwah, how great thou art. How great thou art. This is why Christians do not pray tithe. And if anyone come to me with that foolishness about Christianity being the true religion or whatever, garbage. It is a religion of the beast, supported by the beast. Everybody pay the taxes. Everybody pay the 20%, except the land of the priests only. So what is the equivalent today? Christianity. And Yasharal dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. Look at this now. Look at this highlight now. Who had possessions? Who had possessions when all of this was going on? When everybody was selling out? Who had possessions? The children of Yasharal. And grew and multiplied exceedingly. Who had possessions? What is it saying for us today? Those of us who flee out of the midst of Babylon, the Most High is going to protect us from them, and we are going to have possessions. We are going to be allowed to prosper in what we do, as we're going to show you later. We're going to show you how this works out later. More insights, just don't leave this one. Those who flee out of the midst of Babylon, they're going to be protected and they're going to have possessions. But those who remain in the midst of Babylon are going to have to go through this wicked system. Because remember, the Most High didn't tell us to stay in Babylon. He said flee out of the midst, and for us, he told us where to go. Many people today are wondering, where do I go? Where do I go? He has shown us clearly where we must go. And he has shown us again to overemphasize again where we should go. And it's no different from the beginning. So with all of these things going on and taxes and everything going on with them in there, the children of Yasharal dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen. And I think Goshen means, let me get the meaning of Goshen. Goshen means, what's the meaning? Man, I got the meaning once. Anyone knows the meaning, can please put it in the chat. The meaning, can please put it in the chat. All right? So that's the process there. We're going to look more and get more insights into all of this buying and selling. Okay? So we just look at it. His slaves. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I used to call myself a servant of the Most High. I realize that that is not good at all. Not good enough. I am a slave of the Most High. And until we consider ourselves slaves of the Most High, we're going to be in trouble. We're not going to be able to do anything that we're saying here today. Listen to what I'm saying. When you are a servant, when someone is a servant, you are someone who serves. And you have your own rights, and you can make your own decisions, and you can do your own thing, because I'm just a servant. Yes? But you cannot serve the Most High like that. Because the word for servant there is doulos. And doulos, it actually means a slave, a bond servant. I think maybe we'll look at the meaning later. A bond servant, a slave. Because to serve Yahuwah, you have to be his slave, which means you have no right to a life. When you come to serve Yahuwah, you give up on your right to live how you want to live in order to get life from him. So it's giving up on this life in order to attain what? Eternal life. So when you are serving him and you have consideration for yourself, when he tells you something to do, you're going to say, no, I don't feel like doing that today. When you are a slave, you have no right to think anything. And that is how I think, and this is how I have to think. A slave. No rights at all to anything in this life except what he affords me, what he gives me, what he allows me. When we start to think that way, eternal life is ours. We cannot fail. I'm telling you, we cannot fail. Because when every situation comes up and self comes in, you're a slave. You have no right to self. So you just push it away and you continue to obey. I want you to listen to this that I'm saying. So his slaves or his servants, as they decent, you want it nice and decent. All right? The name Goshen itself is often associated with a place of comfort, abundance, and protection. Yes. In Goshen, the place of protection. So the place of protection has to be the place where the Most High sends his righteous people. That is the Goshen. Comfort, abundance, and protection. So when people see you saying you're leaving Babylon and you're this, and they're looking at it, what are you going to do? What are they doing? They are looking at the comfortable life that they're living and saying, but wait, why are you leaving this? Why? What are you going to do? Where are you going to get this? What are you going to get? The Most High is there laughing. Because the Most High knows that the script is going to be flipped. He knows that. When things hit, those who had made the sacrifice, remember, without faith it is impossible to please him. Yes? And they that come to him must believe that he is, and he's a rewarder to them that diligently seek him. So when we diligently seek him and give up on this world, this Babylonian dirty world, which is nothing to give up on anyway because it's dirty, nastiness, garbage, foolishness. When we give up on the foolishness and we come to serve him, then he does what? He rewards us. Very simple. And he rewards us with Goshen, which is comfort, abundance, and protection. Right now, the world would say we are uncomfortable because we are living less than how we would live. And this is going to be like luxury compared to what you have when the thing hits the fan. I'm telling you that. The name Goshen itself, Goshen, probably of Egyptian origin. Yeah, I got that one. Yes? Yeah. And this person here said the same thing. I'd rather be a slave of the Most High and expect nothing, even comfort. That's it. That's how we have to live. Don't expect anything good. So that when anything good, it comes a time of rejoicing. Yes? And the Most High is so great in all that he does when he rewards us so bountifully. I love him so much. I love him so, so much. Anyway, his servants will be protected and brought to Jerusalem. This is why you flee out of Babylon. To flee out of Babylon, it is the halfway point to enter Zion. So when the Most High tells me where to go, all my life and all my focus now is on Zion. Because I know I'm halfway there. So what do I do? Stay in the midst of Babylon. And do what? And wait on them to tell me that I have to take a mark and I have to take a number, in which the scriptures tell me that I'll be damned if I do it. So what am I doing there? Anyway, Romans 6, verse 16. Romans 6, 16. I'm telling you, see this teaching here today? I didn't even know what I was going to teach Wednesday. I was there wondering, what do I have? Little by little, bit by bit, piece by piece, by conversations, by revelations, everything, little by little, everything just started fitting into place. When I was done, I was like, wow, Yahuwah, you are great. So this is not coming from me, as I keep telling you all people, it's from the Most High. Romans 6:16, know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves servants or slaves to obey, is doulos. I'm going to use slaves. Know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves slaves to obey, his slaves ye are to whom ye obey, whether of sin unto death or of obedience unto righteousness. And we know that by default we are slaves of sin. By default, we are sinful people who we just live to satisfy our sinful desires. Even now when we say we are believers, if we are not totally sold out to the Most High and to be a slave to Him, sin is going to partially have its grip on us, holding us back. And every time we try to move forward, the sin is there holding us back because we are still slaves of sin. But when we are released from being slaves of sin, we become slaves of righteousness, which means we just live to do that which is right. But Allah be thanked that ye were the servants, you were the slaves of sin, were, past tense, when we are believers now, we are supposed to be released from this hold. But ye have obeyed from the heart that form of doctrine which was delivered unto you. That is why the Most High has people like me to tell you the doctrine that will free you, that will free you from being slaves of sin. That is why the word that we teach and preach, it is so hard. Because it is to rip you from the grips of sin. It is not religion whereby you are told and you're taught to partially obey and you're partially in righteousness. It is the way of the Most High to totally rip you away from the power that sin has over you. Being then made free from sin, ye became the slaves of righteousness. So you see, when you are ripped away totally from being a slave of sin, you become the slave of righteousness. I speak after the manner of men because of the infirmity of your flesh. This is it that causes it, the flesh. For as ye have yielded your members servants to uncleanness and to iniquity unto iniquity, even so now yield your members servants to righteousness unto holiness. He is telling you that your body is what causes you to be a slave to sin. For when you were the slaves of sin, you were free from righteousness. What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed? For the end of those things is death. So when you were a slave of sin and you did all of those things, what benefited you? Because now you realize, and you are now ashamed of it, you realize that the end of it is death. What benefit did it have over you? But now being made free from sin and become slaves to Allah, I love this part. When you become slaves to Allah, you have your fruit unto holiness and the end eternal life. So this is what I'm telling you. Eternal life is becoming slaves to the Most High through His Son Yahushua HaMashiach. For the wages or the payment of sin is death, but the gift of Allah is eternal life through Yahushua HaMashiach, our Master. I'm just laying down the foundation there, people. Of His servants will be protected and brought to Jerusalem. Isaiah 65 verses 8 to 19. Isaiah 65, please don't miss anything. This one here. I want you all to get it. Thus saith Yahuwah, as the new wine is found in the cluster, and one saith, destroy it not, for a barakah is in it. So will I do for my slaves or my servants' sakes, that I may not destroy them all. That I may not destroy them all. This is now speaking about the remnant. We're talking about the remnant here. Isaiah 65 is the end of the book. It is speaking about the end times. It is speaking about now. He will not destroy us all. And I will bring forth a seed out of Jacob, and out of Yehuda an inheritor of my mountains, and mine elect shall inherit it, and my slaves shall dwell there. My servants shall dwell there. This is Zion. This is Kadosh Mount Zion, New Jerusalem. And Sharon shall be a fold of flocks, and the valley of Achor a place for the herds to lie down in. For my people that have sought me. Look who it is for. Hey. For my people that have sought me. What have you done to seek the Most High? The Most High said, flee out of the midst of Babylon. And you're sitting there criticizing. Is that how you seek him? He tells you over and over again, come out of her. When our people were in Babylonian captivity, and we were going back into the land, we were gathered in a place. The Most High is telling us we are together. And from that place he gathered us and took us back in the land when the time came. How are you seeking him? When it says in the book of Jeremiah, they shall ask their way with their faces thitherward, asking the way to Zion, asking the way that is seeking the Most High. Are you asking the way to Zion? So it is those that have sought him that will find him. And I tell you people, this is the journey that I'm on. And I'm out here speaking, encouraging people, because I know that what I'm speaking is the truth. You could speak from now. I know what I'm speaking is the truth. I know this is the way that he's showing me. I used to doubt it. But every single day, more and more, it just fits things in place. And I have no doubt that this is the right path. So I'm out here trying to help you. I don't want anything from you. I am happy living a base life. I'm not about materialism or owning anything. I don't want to own anything. I want Zion. I want the mansion that is laid up for me. What you have in this world cannot lure me away, cannot entice me to sin. So what I'm seeking and I'm seeing, I'm trying to help you. Hey. Anyway. But guess what? But ye are they that forsake Yahuwah, that forget my holy mountain, that forget Zion. So we remember Zion, those who seek him. Remember Zion. He said, but you forget Zion. That means if you forget Zion, that means you have not sought him. And if you have not sought him, then this is not for you. That verse 9 and 10 is not for you if you have not sought him. If you are not seeking Zion. And verse 11 is speaking about the rapturers, the people waiting on a rapture, the people who worship God. These are the God worshippers. And none of our people here who are seeking the Most High never ever make the mistake or the error to call the Most High God. He is not. God is an idol. Those who worship God. Verse 11. But ye are they that forsake Yahuwah, that forget my holy mountain, which is Zion, that prepare a table for that troop which is God. Let me show it for those who are not used to this. That troop is in the Bible only once. That troop, H1409. Look at, I don't know why they put in that troop, because H1409, look at it. What's the pronunciation? God. In the sense of distributing fortune. God is fortune, the God of luck. That is why they have "In God We Trust" on the US dollar bill. They trust in fortune. They don't trust in the Most High. So these are the God worshippers, Christians and all those who worship God, even those people who say they are awakened and still worshiping God. Because almost all the Hebrew Israelites that I see, all they talk about is God from the One West origin, still worshiping God. But ye are they that forsake Yahuwah, that forsake my holy mountain, that prepare a table for that troop which is God, and that furnish the drink offering unto that number who is many, another God. Therefore, and people equate many to the moon god, which is Allah of the Muslims. How far do I go with this? Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Here we're making a difference. What we want to show you people is that the Most High is going to make a difference between those who seek him and those who do not. Those who do not seek him, they are going to be the ones who are suffering. When this New World Order thing is set up, therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter, because when I called you did not answer, when I spake ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. You choose God over the Most High. When the Most High sent his servants like us to speak to you, you did not hear, you did not listen. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Aluah, behold, my slaves shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. You see, it goes back to the same thing again. The same thing with Joseph, where the children of Israel were bountiful. The remnant people, the set apart remnant, is going to be okay. But the rest of the people, in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 28, he said, let me go there. This is what's going to happen to our people. Verse 27, Zion shall be redeemed with judgment. These are they who seek after him, who seeks after his holy mountain. They shall be redeemed with judgment, and their converts with righteousness. But what about the rest of them? The rest of the children of Israel? And the destruction of the transgressors and of the sinners shall be together. And they that forsake Yahuwah shall be consumed. What did we just look at in Isaiah 65? Who forsake Yahuwah? Let's go back to it. Da-da-da-dum. This word is so sweet. Let's see who forsake Yahuwah. Those who forget Zion, those who prepare a table for God, who worship God, and that furnish the drink offering unto that many, the Allah people. Hey. Verse 13. Let me remember which verse I should go to. 19. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Aluah, behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of ruach. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For Yahuwah Aluah shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name. Wow. That he who barak himself in the earth shall barack himself in the Elohim of truth. And he that sweareth in the earth shall swear by the Elohim of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from my eyes. The Most High is going to forgive us and forget all those things. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. No, I didn't go this far. Did I? Is there something wrong?
No, you already said it.
Hello?
No.
All right. We can leave this. Okay. What is this doing here? This shouldn't be here. So, who are these servants who will be protected and brought to Jerusalem? Revelation 3, verses 7 to 13. We've done this now about 3 weeks in a row. But everything that fits in. That's how the Most High is. He gives us something that does perfectly fits. And then we have to do it. Do it. Do it. All right. So, what? Revelation 3, 7 to 13. And to the angel or to the malach of the assembly or the congregation in Philadelphia write, these things saith he that is kadosh, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, he that openeth and no man shutteth, and shutteth and no man openeth. So, what is happening and what is going to happen? The Most High is going to leave an open door for certain people. An open door for everyone, for his people who are accounted worthy. Accounted worthy. It's not everyone that is going to be able to do this thing. That's why when some people ask me and I see they don't have the mind, I said, you know, it's the Most High who decides. I can't come and tell you, hey, do this and do that. If the Most High does not account you worthy to do it, you can't do it. I know thy works. So there we see, the Christian will tell you, oh, we don't talk about works. We don't talk about works. It is your works that qualifies you to go through. It's the works through faith that will qualify you to go through that open door. So many times people come and ask me as well. They ask things like, oh, so what about poor people? People who are very poor. How will they flee? How can they flee and they are so poor? The Most High told us, and he's telling us, I know thy works. He says he leaves an open door. He will find a way for whomever he leaves the door open for. Is his hand waxed short that he cannot move his people from one place to the other? Anyway, I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou hast a little strength. You see what is required? Your works. And you have to have a little strength, which comes through faith. And you have to keep his word. And you do not deny his name. 3 things. Do not deny his power, his authority. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, and the Most High is showing you this is the time when he's going to gather his people. Because this is the time when he's going to show up those who are of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, because he's now going to gather back his people. And when he does this, those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not but do lie, Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. So when he leaves the open door and we go through, he is going to exalt his people. He is going to do this before the entire world. And as we go further, we are going to look at what it means to flee to the mountains. And we are going to see that it's not literal mountains. And we are going to see exactly what it means. He is going to show his salvation before the whole world. The Most High is not going to hide us in the mountains at the beginning. His salvation is going to be before the whole world so that the Gentiles and the heathen shall know that his name is Yahuwah. And we're going to show that. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So these people who have an open door, he is going to keep them from the hour of temptation. What does this mean? Do you think they are going to go through the tribulation that these people are going through? No. The Most High is going to protect them when the time comes. You see, they might go through hardship at the beginning because guess what? Many people need to be transformed, to be purged, need to be changed. So you come out of Babylon, you have not fully been transformed, you will do the rest. If you have the heart. Yes? So I'm not saying that flee out of Babylon, everything will be perfect. No. Far from it. But when the time comes that the temptation is upon the earth, that is when the Most High is going to bam and turn the tide. While they are going through their struggles, you will be comfortable. That's what happened with his people. He does not change. I am Yahuwah, I change it not. Therefore, the sons of Jacob shall not be consumed. When we were having the Passover, and our people were comfortable eating the Passover, what was happening in Mitzrayim? People were dying. That's how the Most High works. So when the time of trouble comes upon the earth, that is when he will turn it around for his people. Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my Aluah, and he shall go no more out. So we see it's a place of honor. Those who flee out of Babylon and are able to overcome, it's a place of honor. Don't let anybody over there tell you anything. Don't let those people or those naysayers and those people who are telling you those don't do this, don't do that. If you don't do it, you are keeping yourself from the blessings of the Most High. The Most High tells you to flee and you don't flee. And you expect barakah, you expect blessings. The Most High tells you to flee and you flee. And you expect that you will not be blessed. Hey, come on, people. Look at the barakah. I only hope you have time to be with me today because this, I have to go through everything. There's so much sweetness in this. Hey. And he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my Aluah. You see the honor? So the name of Yahuwah will be on us, though, whether or not we get the exact pronunciation right. Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahuwah. Whether or not we get the exact pronunciation right, Hamashiach is going to write the true name upon us. And he's going to write the name of Yerushalayim upon us. Yes? And I will write upon him my new name. You see? The name of Yahusha, the name of Yahuwah, and the name of Yerushalayim will be written on us. What a place of honor this is. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear what the Ruach saith unto the assemblies. I have nothing else to say on that matter. Leave it to your conscience for you to think. Yes? Now we get back to money. We get back to money. Yada Yahuwah. Money. Loving money. This is our problem with this. Our whole opposition to all of this, in all that we just said. It sounds nice and it sounds great and you flee and you this. Our whole opposition is money. Money. Loving money will blind us so that we are snared when the time of temptation comes. It is money that is going to prevent us from fleeing out of the midst of Babylon. Because we are going to be concerned with our possessions, what we have, what we are going to lose. We are going to be concerned with, oh, I cannot leave this. Oh, it's foolishness that Kazakh is talking. We are going to be so concerned about money that we will be blinded. Luke 21, 29 to 36. Luke 21, 29 to 36. And he spake to them a parable, behold, the fig tree and all the trees. When they now shoot forth, ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand. So likewise ye, when ye see these things come to pass, know ye that the kingdom of Alua is nigh at hand. And we look behind, I don't want to look at what happened, but now we know people, we are believers, and we see and we look the sign of the times, we know that we are near the end. So when we know that we are near the end, what do we need to do? What ought we to be doing when we see that the time is nigh at hand? Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. This generation was not speaking about that generation at the time. It is the generation at the end will not pass away until all be fulfilled. Yes? Excuse me. This generation is the generation that sees when these things come to pass. So it's telling you that that when these things come to pass within a generation, this is what's going to happen. It's not going to be anything that's going to be long and drawn out. Okay? Then he goes on now to warn us. And take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares. This is the problem with Babylon. You can't escape Babylon. You can't escape these things if you remain in the midst of Babylon. Surfeiting is excess. It is greed. It is this Babylon lifestyle of going after things, just going through the routine of getting more and owning more and having more. Drunkenness is being caught up in the ways of Babylon, the rudiments of Babylon, the lifestyle of Babylon, the things of Babylon, the pollutions of Babylon, the cares of this life. We know the cares of this life. If you're in Babylon, you cannot avoid it. People will tell you, well, I have to pay rent. Well, I have to pay my mortgage. Well, I have to pay utility bills. Well, I have to buy this. Well, I have to do this. This is it. The Most High, Messiah, is telling you that if you are overcharged with these things, overcharged means too caught up with these things, the day will come upon you unawares. Okay? The day is going to come upon you and you're going to bam, and it hits you and you're like, whoa, what just happened? And this is going to happen to many believers. Many, many believers. Something is just going to happen. And then they realize it. One pandemic and the ports are closed. You cannot move. Cannot travel. Then the time of trouble comes. And then you realize you're in great tribulation. You did not escape it. For as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the earth. For as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on... Everybody! In the book of 2nd Baruch, when Baruch asked, will this happen in one place? The angel said to Baruch, all that dwell upon the earth shall see it. This is it. All them that dwell upon the face of the earth. But there is a remnant. Those to whom Revelation 3 tells us there is an open door. There is a remnant that is going to be accounted worthy to escape this tribulation. These are those who have fled out of the midst of Babylon. We're going to show you. You stay there. You stay there. I am not going to feel sorry. Remember Noah was warning for what? 120 years. And when the people finally realized what was happening, and they tried to enter the ark, Noah shouted out and said to them, remember, 120 years I was speaking to you, and you were not listening. And now you want to come? Now you want to confess and return to the Most High? Eh? Now that you find yourselves in trouble? I am not going to be sorry for y'all. Sorry to say. Week in, week out, I come and I say the same thing. Some of you stop listening to me because you're tired of hearing it. Yes? But it is the salvation of your souls. Watch ye therefore, verse 36. And pray always, that ye may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass, and to stand before the Son of Man. In the book of 2nd Ezra, it tells you who will be standing before the Son of Man. Let me see if I can find it. 2nd Ezra 13. Who shall stand before the Son of Man? Where is it? 2nd Ezra 13. Da da. Da da da. Who shall stand before the Son of Man? Verse 48, 2nd Ezra 13. Everything is falling in place. But those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within my borders. Within my borders. He will only protect those who are found in the land. Those who are counted worthy to escape will go through the open door and be in the land awaiting the Messiah. Now when he destroyed the multitude of the nations that are gathered together, he shall defend his people that remain. These are those who shall stand before the Son of Man, those that have gone through the open door, those that are in his borders, in his land, and those he shall defend that remain. You stay there. You see? Every week this thing is getting more and more, making more sense, fitting more and more together. You stay there. Eh? So another thing about loving money again. So loving money will take away our chances of us actually going through. Because we're going to be gripped to this Babylon system and they don't want to leave and don't want to let go. And then the Most High is saying, you know, that one is not worthy. Because he said, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. He said the love of the money is the root of all evil. And so these people know, loving Babylon, loving the money that is in Babylon. Hey, you better get out of there. So loving money will make us lukewarm. Revelation 3, 14 to 22. Is it? Is it right? Revelation 3, 14 to 22. No. Is it? Yes. To the congregation in Laodicea. And unto the Malach of the congregation of the Laodiceans write, these things said the so be it, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation of Alua. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Why, anybody, why are these people lukewarm? Why are they lukewarm? Here's the answer. Because thou sayest, I am rich, and increased with goods, and have need of nothing. This is why they are lukewarm. This is why the Most High said, I will leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people. That is why in the book of James it says, hath not Yahuwah chosen the poor, rich in faith, as those who will inherit his kingdom? Yeah? So you are in Babylon, you are comfortable, and you are afraid to move and leave because you do not want to step down of the lifestyle. You're living a comfortable lifestyle. You don't want to step down. For your sake, you had better take that step down. When Hamashiach spoke with the rich young man, and the young man said to Hamashiach, what shall I do to inherit eternal life? What did Hamashiach say? Sell everything that you have and give to the poor and come and follow me, and you'll have riches in heaven. This is the call now. Many of you in Babylon, comfortable. Yes? You might be struggling, yes, with bills. You might be saying you owe this, but you are comfortable. And it is that level of up. And it is that level, I nearly turn over this. It is that level of comfort that makes you hesitant to do what you need to do. That makes you lukewarm. Hamashiach said he will spew you out of his mouth. So in order to be able, to be hot, you have to get rid of materialism. And I have lived this. I have lived this and seen people through this. Whenever money comes in the picture, whenever people have money, different personality. You have to be willing, people, to give up. Because thou sayest, I am rich and increased with goods and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched. So you're rich in this world, but you're wretched before the Most High. And miserable, and poor before the Most High. And look at this, blind. And what? Naked. What does nakedness attribute to? Sin. Blind means you cannot get the wisdom, the knowledge, and understanding. You are deceived by the enemy. Naked means you are in sin. So whenever materialism is there, all of these things are possible. So you have to be willing to get rid of that, to shed the weight, and to live the life of the poor. Brethren, hath not Alua chosen the poor of this world, rich in Emunah, and heirs of the kingdom which he hath promised to them that love him? So it's really only those who can truly be poor who can love him. Yes? That is why I have no regrets in living the life that I live, in which my life, there's no riches, worldly riches in my life. Yeah? No worldly riches. So I can concentrate on loving and serving the Most High. Let me continue. Internet, behave yourself. Behave yourself. All right. I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve, that thou mayest see. What is he saying here? Get rid of the riches, so that you can go through the fire. Your riches now is you getting rid of your insurance, and those riches are your insurance. It's your insurance that you can live comfortably and whatever you want, you can get it, and you can get rid of that and be willing to do what? Go through the fire. The fire is the trial, the trouble. It's to live the life of not knowing where your provision is coming from, what is going to happen next. But you are rich in faith because you trust in the Most High, and you have learned to trust in the Most High to know that he never ever forsakes you. He will always turn up. And when you learn to live that life, that is when you will have riches. And white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and as a result of that, then your clothing will now become white, pure. And that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve, that thou mayest see. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten, Be zealous therefore, and repent. So those of you who are holding on to what you have, your riches, and that is what is holding you back, it says, be zealous and repent. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him, and I will sup with him, and he with me. Let's see what the reward is for these rich people now who have given up what they have to serve the Most High. And him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne. Wow! What an honor! even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. Here we go again. Yahusha is Yahuwah. Garbage. Disproving Yahusha is Yahuwah. Here we go. Even as, look, but I can't resist the temptation. Please bear with me. I know I'm going along a path, but this Yahusha is Yahuwah is a disease that is there. Whenever we see things, we have to speak. To him that overcometh, even as I also overcame. Why? He was a man like us. He was a man. So just as how he overcame, he expects us as men to overcome. And we will sit with him because he's the firstborn. He is the son of Alua. He is the king. He's the ruler. He's the leader. But we will sit with him just as he has sat with his father, with his ruler. So he sat with his father. So when he went into the heaven, he did not go into the heaven as Yahuwah. He is sitting down beside his father as a place of honor. And we too will have the same place of honor beside him. Anyway, let me continue. As I said, I could not resist that one. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear what the Ruach saith unto the congregations or the assemblies. Yada Yahuwah. So, money has a mind of its own. I'm glad that it is back. Yeah. Yahuwah, money has a mind of its own. You know, this week, was it this week? This week, we met with a lawyer. Now, first, I was speaking with my daughter, and we were doing, she asked me to explain Psalms 15. So we were doing about verse 6, the last verse. And with it, it says, he that does not take a reward against the innocent. And when I was speaking to her, I gave the analogy of a lawyer. And I told her that this is what lawyers do. They take rewards against innocent. So no lawyer can ever think about entering into Zion. If you're a lawyer that you're listening to this, I'm very sorry. Taking a reward against the innocent, unless you do paperwork, you know, a man purchasing a property, you want to help him, you know, those things. Unless you do those things, very, very unlikely you can inherit the kingdom. So I was using the analogy of taking a reward against the innocent. A prosecuting lawyer, someone is charged. The prosecuting lawyer, his job is to make sure that that man is found guilty. Whether or not the prosecuting lawyer thinks that he's innocent, the job is, from the state, is find him guilty. And so that lawyer has to sit through and try to make that man guilty, even if he or she feels that that man is innocent. Taking a reward against the innocent. Now, the defense lawyer now will have a client and know that that client is guilty, has done the most heinous murder. But he or she is a renowned lawyer and gets big money for getting people to go free. So they come to her and pay her big money. Yeah? The innocent person is the person who they killed. So when you take up that client, you have taken a reward against the innocent, the one who died, because you are now going to try to prove that that wicked man who you know has done that crime, you are going to try to get that person off the hook, taking a reward against the innocent who is dead. And they will tell you that the best thing when you go to the lawyer, tell the lawyer, honestly, I did it. Then the lawyer will craft an approach that will get you to escape, which are lies, and you will follow it. Because the lawyer knows if you do not be truthful and tell her that you did it, she knows that they will be able to trip you up in the court and get you found, and she would lose the case. So the very same day, I didn't even realize that we were supposed to meet a lawyer. So when we went to meet the lawyer, this exact same thing came up. The lawyer was speaking that she had a criminal case today. And that she said her conscience was now playing on her, and she said, boy, this law thing. He's in jail. I'll have to try and get him bail. And I started asking her about, how do you do it? Because you will have to know that he is guilty and try to prove him innocent. And she said to me, yes. She says, lies, lies, lies. We have to be liars. And she said a very important thing. She said, if we don't tell the lie, then nobody will hire us, because we will lose cases and people will say, oh, that's not no good lawyer. So you get rewarded as a lawyer to tell a lie. And then I looked on this person now, and money started to come in. And she said, but you do it for the money. And she said, I said to her, then when you're doing it, don't you feel bad? She says, when you're doing it with the knowledge that this is the job. She said, but the problem is when you go home and your conscience starts to tell you that what you did was wrong. But she says it bothers you for a while until it's on to the next client, and the cycle repeats itself. Next client now is business as usual. And then through that, I started looking at it. And I said, it's all about the money. Money brings on different characters in each of us. She is rich, because if you see the vehicle that this woman drives, she is rich, no doubt. And yet still she continues to do these things, even though she knows that is wrong, for money. Why? Why does it not stop? The nature of money. Now we're talking today about health and wealth. The nature of money. Money leads each and every one of us along a path dependent on our conscience. Now, the poor man has no money. He has a different approach and a different outlook on money. Many poor people help other poor people because they know what it is like to be without it. But the more people get rich, it's like the more they want to hold on to money. But the poor man also will have his sins that are attributed to riches. That is cheating, lying, stealing, envy, jealousy, corruption, covetousness, all sorts of things that come with money. But the poor man is more likely to handle money better than the rich man somehow. So money, for us as believers, let me tell you something for us as believers. Money is temptation. For us as believers, when you get money, what do you do with it? For me, I look on it as it is Yahuwah's money. That's how I look at it. Somebody gives me money, I say, this is Yahuwah's money. Therefore, it cannot be wasted. It cannot be used for my pleasure. It has to be used for good. It has to be used for something positive. It has to be used to help someone. Yes? Or else my conscience starts to prick me. So I got an understanding about money in that no, that's the wrong place. In that money is a temptation for believers. We are given the money, and then the Most High is there going to judge us what we do with it. Are we going to use it to help others? Are we going to go after our lusts and our desires? The more you give, the more the Most High will give you. The more you give, the more the Most High will give you. So when you get, for example, you get a certain amount of money and you hold on to it. Boy, I don't know where I'm going to get any more, so let me hold on to it. There's less money coming in for you. The more freely you give, the more the Most High sends it into you. Because the Most High wants you to be issuing and doing good with His money. Yes? So money is a temptation for believers, and with this New World Order end time, this is the temptation that is going to destroy us if we do not know what we are doing. Money is tempting us to remain in Babylon. Money is tempting us, telling us that if you leave out of Babylon, you're not going to get any more of this, you're not going to survive. You're not going to this, you're not going to that. Money is tempting us to be tight when we should be giving. When we see the work of the Most High, what do? Are we tight with it? Because if we give, the Most High is going to replenish it, multiply it over. The 2 Corinthians 9, I think about verse 14, I think. Pressed up, pressed down, shaken together or something. Yeah? The Most High is going to multiply it, multiply seed to the sower. So, we get that understanding. We get that understanding. This person said they see money as a tool. That's what it is. So the Most High gave us over to the power of Babylon. We're going to start Babylon now. The Most High gave us over to the power of Babylon. From the days of our fathers, He gave us over to the power of Babylon. 1 Ezra 6 verse 15. But when our fathers provoked Alua unto wrath and sinned against the master of Yasharal, which is in Shamaim, He gave them over into the power of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon of the Chaldeans. So we have been given over into the power of Babylon. When we were in slavery and they said they abolished slavery, that was when we were given over to the system of Babylon, the system of merchandising, of buying and selling. So therefore, we have been sold into the drunkenness and madness of Babylon. We have to understand that. When He sells us into Babylon, He sells us into the drunkenness and the madness of Babylon. When we are sleeping, we are going to be intertwined with that madness and that drunkenness. When we awaken, He says, come out of her, my people. Verse 7, Jeremiah 51. Babylon hath been a golden cup in Yahuwah's hand, that made all the earth drunken, that made all the earth drunken, us included. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. So because the nations are mad, when we are among the nations, we are among mad people. We are among the madness. So because we have been given into the power of Babylon, 1 Ezra 6 verse 15, because we have been given into the power of Babylon, Babylon now has us in its palms. So to get us to her, Babylon uses buying and selling at the heart of Babylon. Remember, we showed earlier in the book of Sirach that as the nail sticks between the joints or whatever, so buying and selling, sin sticks to buying and selling. So Babylon uses buying and selling to ensure that we will always be sinning. Revelation 18, 11 to 19, buying and selling. Revelation 18, what did I say? 11. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. Let me explain something to you people, what is going to happen. Let me explain something to you, what is going to happen in Babylon. Babylon has been a golden cup in Yahuwah's hand. Let me put my face there. Babylon has been a golden cup in Yahuwah's hand. Babylon has used, the Most High has used Babylon to make the earth drunk. When we wake up, the Most High says, come out of her. Come out. Because I have used her to make the earth drunk. And when I have used her and she has served her purpose, then I'm going to destroy her. So the Most High uses Babylon, and it is Babylon that is giving us the mark of the beast and the number of his name. And the number of the beast. Babylon is what is doing those things to us. So because Most High gave Babylon the permission to deceive us. So when we awaken, he says, come out of her, my people. So after the mark of the beast, sometime after, they're going to be destroyed because that is their purpose. Remember, the Most High made the world, and he says he created the wicked for the day of evil. Yeah? So he wants that day of evil when the world now is divided, because the Most High wants is to set apart people to prove themselves by rejecting the mark of the beast, and those who are to be doomed and destroyed will take the mark of the beast and be damned. But his people will prove and set themselves apart to him, and he will grab them and take them in his arms and bring them into his kingdom. But Babylon is going to be destroyed. But before they are destroyed, Babylon will use buying and selling to corrupt us. Revelation 18, 11 to 19. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. The merchandise of silver, the merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all fine wood, and all manner of vessels of ivory and all manner of vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble, and cinnamon, and odors, and ointments, and frankincense, and wine, and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men. Yes? Many of these people are traded on the stock exchange. Yeah? When it collapses, this is going to collapse. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee. And all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. Babylon uses the lusts and desires of our flesh and of our souls in order to draw us into the system of merchandising. So you keep spending and spending. That is why you have to come out of her. The merchants of these things which were made rich by her. How far do we go? 19. The merchants of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city. That great city sounds like a city, doesn't it? Babylon, USA, that's a country. Babylon encompasses the whole world, because the system of Babylon is in every country in this world. But that great city is the United States. So that whole country is like a city inside of the whole Babylon, which is the whole world. That city that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour is a short moment, not literally a 1 hour, so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster and all the company in ships and sailors and as many as trade by sea stood afar off, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? What nation is like unto the United States today? None. And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. Destruction of the Babylon USA, and the entire Babylon system worldwide will be toppled. We had a saying in Jamaica, if America sneezes, Jamaica catches the cold, which means that the world, the nations worldwide, when America crashes with these merchandise, don't think that they will be standing up pretty and nice and say, oh, America's collapsed. No, America, the world reserve currency, America's economy is at the backbone of the world's economy. The whole world's economy is going to crash. Right? So, this Babylon now. Remember we said earlier, health meets wealth. We're going to show you how they unite the health of Babylon with the wealth of Babylon to deceive us and to destroy us in the end, to bring us into disobedience to the Most High. So Babylon and its sorceries. Health meets wealth. Revelation 18:23. Money, money, money. And health, health, health. Revelation 18, verse 23. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be no more at all in thee. For thy merchants, money, were the great men of the earth, For by thy sorceries, health were all nations deceived. It is a combination of money and health that is going to deceive the nations. You see, these little things, people, look and you'll see the mark of the beast if you have any doubt. Money combined with health. I can't even worry about how long we go today. This one needs to go. Health and wealth. Were all nations what? Deceived. What were these nations deceived into doing? Revelation 19, verse 20. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast. So if you are doubting that the mark of the beast has anything to do with health, think. Health meets wealth. That is the deception. Revelation 18:23 tells you that thy great men, thy merchants were the great men of the earth. The merchants of the United States are the greatest men on the earth, the richest men in the earth. And it is by their sorceries, the sorceries from the United States of Babylon, USA, were all nations deceived, because in the injection pandemic, 3 of the 4 foremost nations that were giving out this thing in the body were from Babylon, USA. By thy sorceries, wealth mixed with health, were nations deceived. With which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast. So the deception of the mark of the beast is through what? Sorceries. And them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. And let us go back to sorceries, Revelation 18:23, and show you that it is health and wealth. That is the mark of the beast. Revelation 18, verse 23. The meaning of sorceries. Sorceries. Revelation 18:23. G53:31. Pharmakia. Medication. Pharmacy. That is by extension magic, sorcery, witchcraft, medication, pharmacy. Health meets wealth. That is how Babylon deceives us with their health system, controlled by the rich men of this earth. Isaiah 47 verse 1 and verses 5 to 10. The sorceries of Babylon. Sorceries of Babylon, USA. I only hope the thing is not too loud. Wonder if it is too loud. Sorcery. Check. Let me bring this back a little. Don't want it to be too loud. Check. All right. Isaiah 47, 1 and then 5 to 10. We just want to show that it is speaking about Babylon. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. So this is what we need. We just want to show that this is speaking about Babylon. The humiliation of Babylon is the headline. So let's go to verse 5. Sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the lady of kingdoms. The destruction of Babylon here prophesied in Isaiah. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. So when we are given into the hand of Babylon, look what happens to us. We get polluted. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke. No mercy upon us, Babylon, USA. You kill our people in your streets as if nothing. Yes? To be black is a crime in your country. And when we speak about who we are as a people, you say, oh, you're racist. Eh? Who can be more racist than your people who are leading you even now? A bunch of racists now have lined up top for this last showdown here. This that we are seeing with that funny here, President Trump and the people behind him. Showdown. End time epic proportions. And thou sayest, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither didst remember the latter end of it. Now this president to know, we shall make America great again. He's not laying anything to heart. It is as if business as usual. Oh, we have been great. You bring me in, I'll make you great again. Eh? Therefore, hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures. I won't even speak about Babylon and their pleasures. I've done it so many times. That dwelleth carelessly. America dwells carelessly. They act as if they don't need anybody. You see this president coming in now. What is he doing? He's acting as if he's nobody. He has Canada to the north. Turn Canada into enemies. Mexico to the south. Turn Mexico into enemies. Going over, he has allies in the European Union. Turning the European Union into enemies, saying that he wants Greenland and he will take Greenland. Yes? He's making everybody into enemies. Everywhere he goes, he's enemy, enemy, enemy. Going over into, is it saying that he want to take over Gaza or something? Making enemies, dwelling carelessly. He doesn't even care for any enemies because he thinks that with his military prowess, nobody can do him anything. That says in thine heart, I am and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. When Donald Trump was speaking the other day, he was speaking about a certain place, and what he said, we will bomb the heck out of it. He just take it for the joke. Oh, they have all of these bombs. They are so powerful. Okay, if you trouble us, we'll just bomb the heck out of you. Dwelling carelessly, not even caring about anything, thinking that he cannot be touched. But what does the word say? But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day. The loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection for the multitude of thy sorceries. The American health system has polluted the entire world. It began with, what is his name? John D. Rockefeller, who started this thing. They have polluted the world with their sorceries. And for the great abundance of thine enchantments, for thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge it hath perverted thee, and thou hast said in thine heart, I am and none else beside me. And America, with their wisdom, they are more technologically advanced than most people, and they made this get to their heads. People, this is Babylon, USA. We are showing health meeting wealth. Sorceries. Let us continue. Let us show you that America is Babylon. Let me show you that America is the Babylon that the Bible speaks about. We are speaking about health meeting wealth. Guess what? The Babylon America healthcare system. Yes, the United States has the most expensive healthcare system in the world. The marriage of health and wealth. The marriage of health and wealth. According to the OECD, in 2022, the US spent $12,600 per person on healthcare, which is nearly double the average for other wealthy countries. Now, in 2021, it was $12,300, so it is going up. Now, are you still doubting that the USA is the Babylon in the Bible to be destroyed in the end? Look at the amount spent on healthcare, health and wealth, as it is in the Bible. The United States is the Babylon of the Bible. So, overcoming the drunkenness of Babylon. So we are in Babylon. And Mashiach said, take care that you are not caught up in what? The drunkenness that is Luke 21, 35, I think. Let me go there. Luke 21. Luke 21, 35, 34. And take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares. So the drunkenness of Babylon, how do we escape from the drunkenness of Babylon? Jeremiah 51, verses 6 to 10. How do we escape from the drunkenness of Babylon? Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity. No, I should start at 5. For Yasharal hath not been forsaken. The Most High is telling you that he has not forsaken his people. So because he has not forsaken us, he tells us, flee out of the midst of Babylon. I will take care of you. I have not forsaken you. For Yasharal hath not been forsaken, nor Yahudah of his Alua, of Yahuwah Sabaoth, though their land was filled with the sin against the Kadosh one of Yasharal. Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul. Save your soul, people. Save your own soul. The Most High saving you is contingent on you delivering your own soul first. You have to volunteer and try to deliver your soul, then the Most High will do the rest. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Yahuwah's vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense. Babylon hath been a golden cup in Yahuwah's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Hold for her, take balm for her pain, if so be she may be healed. So, in order for us not to be caught up in the drunkenness and the madness of Babylon, what do we have to do? Verse 9, we would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her. This is what you need to do. To come out of this drunkenness that Luke 21:34 speaks about, you have to forsake her. You don't stay in her. Forsake her, and let us go everyone into his own country. For her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies. Now, when it says to everyone to his own country, who was this addressed to? It was addressed to the children of Yasharal. So our own country, our own land, it is not the notion of country that we have today. If you look at the meaning of country here, if you look at the meaning of country, let me go up here. It is eretz, which means the earth, at large or partitively a land, to your own land. Common, country, earth, field, ground, land, nations, way, wilderness. It means so many things, but partitively into a land. And my land is not Jamaica. My land is Zion. So when I flee out of Babylon, here's what I have to do. Don't know about you, I know about myself, and this is what I do. Let us go everyone into his own country. Zion is my country. I am an Israelite. I asked the way to Yasharal, to Zion. For her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies. Yahuwah hath brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahuwah or Alua. So when it says into his own country, it is to seek out Zion. So to escape the drunkenness of Babylon, you seek out Zion. Flee out of the midst of Babylon and seek out Zion. Now, No. We're going to use and utilize the drunkenness of Ephraim. Remember, we are speaking about money and health. Health and wealth. I don't know we're talking about health if these people are going to pour out their health thing on this earth again soon. I think maybe that's why the Most High is making us speak about this. So we get an understanding. In Isaiah 28, he spoke about the drunken of Ephraim. And when speaking about the drunkenness of Ephraim, it foreshadowed 103 viewers. Whoa! Whoa! That's a record. All praises to the Most High. The drunkard of Ephraim, it foreshadowed today. It foreshadowed today. The drunkenness of Ephraim. Today we have what? The drunkenness of Babylon. So we're going to look at the drunkenness of Ephraim to show what we need to do to get insights and more insights. Yada Yahuwah. 100 chats on Restream. All praises to the Most High. That's a good day today. Thank you, Father, for this barakah, that the word is reaching, not any popularity, that the word is going out. Isaiah 28, verses 1 to 2. The drunkards of Ephraim. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Babylon. That's how I want you to think. Drunkenness of Ephraim, the drunkenness of Babylon, whose splendid beauty is a fading flower, which are on the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine. Now, these things I could go into them, but it would take time to break them down. So because I just want certain things out of it, I will have to leave it. It will take too much time. Behold, Yahuwah hath a mighty and strong one, which as a tempest of hail and a destroying storm, as a flood of mighty waters overflowing, shall cast down to the earth with the hand. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim, shall be trodden under feet. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Babylon, shall be trodden under feet. And the esteemed beauty, which is on the head of the fat valley, shall be a fading flower, and as the hasty fruit before the summer, which when he that looketh upon it seeth, while it is yet in his hand, he eateth it up. In that day shall Yahuwah Sabaoth be for a crown of splendor, and for a diadem of beauty unto the residue of his people. You see this? To the remnant, to the drunkards of Ephraim, to the drunkards of Babylon, there will be what? Let me get this thing. They will be trodden under feet. But to those people who take the open door, escape, flee out of the midst of Babylon, escape out of Babylon's system, move away from the drunkenness, they shall be the residue. And what shall happen to the residue? The Most High shall be a crown of splendor and a diadem of beauty for this remnant. That is why we showed you earlier the benefits that will accrue unto these people. The name of Allah, the name of the Messiah will be written on them. There will be a pillar in the temple. So what the Most High is telling you people, those who flee out of the midst of Babylon, there is a great reward that is awaiting us. Hey! Bring it on, Yada Yahuwah. And for a ruach of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, and for strength to them that turn the battle to the gate. These are those of us who are there, bringing his word, turning the battle to the gate. When the people come with their foolishness, we keep bringing the word of truth to the Most High. Yes? Now hear this now. But they also have erred through wine, and through strong drink are out of the way. So his people who are willing to flee, look how many people have fled or are willing to flee, and they are, This is speaking about the religious people of the day. They also have erred through wine and through strong drink are out of the way, following Babylon's system, yes? The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. The strong drink is through the religion of the day. So that is why when we come out, we have to get rid of all vestiges of Christianity. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. So we are followers of the way, and through the strong drink of religions, etc., we err in vision, we stumble in judgment. So we cannot see clearly, and we cannot know the judgment of Yahuwah. That is why there's so much noise coming out about this Babylon fleeing. Some people tell me, oh, we are coming out, but we don't know where to go. And we're this and we're that. A whole lot of noise coming out. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. The tables, you eat at the table. What do you eat? You eat food. You eat the word at the tables. Yes? But they are full of vomit and filthiness because of religion and pollution of religion. We are in Babylon's system, and Babylon has been a golden cup to make us mad. Babylon has given us their religion that made us mad, full of vomit and filthiness, and there is no place clean. So we now have to seek out his truth and his word and his way. So we have this dilemma. We have the drunkards of Ephraim who directly trodden underfoot. We have his people who are a crown of splendor to him, but among his people are also those who have erred and are still in the drunkenness of Babylon. What do we do? Verse 9, whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. So now, we, his people, have to now be seeking out the way of truth. And the way of truth he shows us through his word. So we now have to know how to read his word and understand his word in order to overcome this table that is full of filth and vomit. And he shows us how. For precept must be upon precept. And by the way, today someone asked me, what version of the Bible should they use? Let me tell you what has happened, people. The Most High left a version of the Bible for us. It was a King James version. I was just getting this insight today. The Most High left the King James version for us. And it's no coincidence that I stick to that version. It is not perfect, like all the different scriptures. It is polluted, but this is the one that he left for us. This is the one that he left so that we will be disillusioned, we will be blinded in it. But it is also the one in which he gave us this remedy. Precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little. So he gave us this in order to take us out. But what happened is that other people came now and they have new translations. The new translations were not what the Most High gave us. So these new translations, they are coming with better translations. They're going to be giving us truth. But guess what? They themselves are going to be coming with their lies. And one of the greatest atrocities is when people lusted after the literal name of the Most High. And this the Most High has shown me so many times. Knowing the exact name and having the exact name and pronunciation, being able to speak the names is nothing if you are in error. So people lusted after the name of Yahuwah and they went to a translation called the Sefer. Yes? And the Sefer is the one that is misleading the world into saying Yahusha is Yahuwah. Let me show you something. I don't know if I did it last time, what they did. I showed it. When they showed Matthew 13:13 and showed that Yahusha, that I am Master and Yahuwah. Wickedness. Utter wickedness. So I use the KJV with a concordance, as you see me teach. Whenever I want to go to the words, I go to the meanings and then I get to see what it is really saying. I don't need anything more than that. Except I have the other translations, if you notice. And when I have the other translations, I might go to them. When I'm doing a teaching, I might go to another translation maybe once in every 2 or 3 teachings. It's not necessary. The King James Version is enough. Yes? The King James Version has many errors, but I know the errors. So when I come upon the errors, I can say this is an error. But when I go to the other translations now, I have to relearn the whole errors. How many years it took me to learn the errors in the KJV? So well, should I throw this away now and go elsewhere, looking for errors again? Makes no sense. Anyway, let me continue. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. We've always done this many times. Stammering lips means a foreign tongue, a foreign language. With stammering there is la'eg, which means buffoon, or with foreigners. So through Babylon, the Most High speaks to us through idiots. Yeah? And he tells us why he did this. Because he said, to whom he said, this is the rest wherewith he may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear. So he gave us the true way and the right way, and he says, this is how you should walk. This is the rest. But we said, nope. So what did the Most High do? The Most High sent us into captivity and made us listen to buffoons and foreigners. This is why the scripture is so hard for us. It is because he gave us the rest and we said no. So then, for those of us who did this, let me show you something. This is for those of us who listen, and this is for those of us who would not hear. So because we did not hear, and because now today we will not hear, but the word of Yahuwah was unto them, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. So he gave these words to us to destroy us if we do not want his rest. Now what does that have to do with us today, with Babylon? He said, flee out of the midst of Babylon. And for me, he told me where to go. So if I do not obey that, then guess what? The same precepts. You see, if I had not been obedient to the Most High, you would hear Kazakh now teaching all sorts of false doctrines. Remember I told you that. All sorts of false doctrines because of this. And this. But because I obeyed, he gives me his word, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there. So that I can receive what? The knowledge and understand the doctrine. But those who do not want to hear, those who refuse to flee out of Babylon, and this is why I tell you, none of you out there who remains in the midst of Babylon and teaching can come and correct me and tell me any foolishness. You did not obey. You are not obeying. And yet still you want to come and teach someone who is obeying. Not that I know everything. But this, I'm following the scriptures. This is what the scripture says. He will show his word to those who obey him. So because I said, he said, this is the rest. And he says, okay, go to XYZ. Go to this place. This is the rest that I'm giving you. And because I went there, then this pertained to me. This part pertained to me. If I was disobedient, as most people are in this world, this part would pertain to me. I'll be chatting here and chatting all sorts of foolishness and fooling you up and bringing you into destruction. So all I can say to you, whichever leader you're following, make sure that leader is in straight obedience. Or else, the word of Yahuwah was unto them, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go. These are the disobedient. And fall backward. These are the disobedient. And be broken, the disobedient. And snared, the disobedient, and taken. As a result, verse 14. Hear the word of Yahuwah, ye scornful men that rule this people which is in Jerusalem. Now we are not in Jerusalem, we are in Babylon. But we now who are teaching, are the people who rule this people. Hebrews 13:17 says, obey them that have the rule over you, that watch for your soul. Yes? So we have the rule over people. So we are sort of rulers over the people. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death. So these are the people now who don't obey. They don't listen to the Most High. They do their own way. They do their own thing. Yes? Excuse me. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. These are those sitting in Babylon, and we say, flee out of Babylon. They say, no, we're staying in here. Whatever comes, the Most High is going to protect us. These are they. He's going to protect us. Let me make sure this is, yeah. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through. Where is it? What is the scourge? The scourge is a lash, a whip. When the overflowing whip shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, for we had made lies our refuge. Falsehood, deceit. These are the people who are teaching people deceit. These are the people who are, you know, many times people come to me. Oh, I spoke to this Murray, and he said, it's not time to flee out of Babylon. We don't have to flee, and we don't have to this, and we don't have to that. Many lies, our refuge. And under falsehood have we hid ourselves. So they've hidden themselves under untruth. So what will happen? Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah, Alua, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. This is Yahusha HaMashiach that has been given to us for a trial. It is Yahusha HaMashiach who through the Ruach Yahuwah, to Ruach HaKadosh, who will guide us into all truth. So Ruach HaKadosh through Yahusha will tell us when to flee, where to flee, how to flee. It is that Ruach that has instructed me where to go and what to do. Without a doubt. Over and over again, I've proven it over and over again. Because sometimes, even early on, I used to say, what if I am deceived? What if this is wrong? And the Most High keeps pouring it on, showing me over and over again. No, I am the one who is telling you. So it's the Ruach Yahusha. You know, the Ruach Yahusha cannot lead you unless you have given up every single thing. Let me show you why the people in the world, the people who are teachers and all of those in the world, they continue to stay in Babylon, well confident that the Ruach is not telling them, because the Ruach knows that it cannot lead them, because they have not laid up themselves to be slaves. It is only the slaves who are going to be led. You have to just live. Que sera, sera. There was a song back in those days. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. That is how you have to live. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. But those people are not like that. They want to remain in Babylon. They love Babylon. They love the world. They want to partake of the world. So this is why Yahushua Mashiach is a stumbling stone. John 3:8. As a matter of fact, I might go a little earlier. John. I have trouble finding this. John 3. Yahushua answered and said unto him, verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of Alua. Most people are not born again. Because as we are born sinfully, going after the desires of our flesh, the desires of our soul. When we are born again, we become a new creature. We become slaves of righteousness. Because when we were born in the first time, born of the flesh, we are slaves of sin. Because the body is a body of sin, and the wages of sin is death. So we are being brought unto death through this body of sin. But when we are transformed, when we are born again, then we become slaves of righteousness. Now here is why Hamashiach is a stumbling stone. Because when Hamashiach gives us his Ruach, we have to be available for that Ruach to lead us any way that the Most High wants to lead us. John 3:8. This is the problem for most of us. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Ruach. So if you're not born of the Ruach, you cannot see the kingdom. But if you're born of the Ruach, the wind is supposed to be able to take you wherever it wants you to go. My brother Mahar used to say that it's like a leaf that you see blowing around in the wind. You never know where it's going to next. That is what happens. So when the Most High said to us, flee out of Babylon, and say, hey, where am I going to go? And he shows me where to go. What do? I just go. And if I do not go immediately, man, oh man, I don't know how people interact with the Most High, but the Most High, very, very impatient with me. If he says to do something and I do not do it immediately, it's problems. If I draw it out too much, problems. Problems. Not nice. So the people don't avail themselves unto the Most High. So because they don't avail themselves, Hamashiach becomes the stumbling stone. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet. And the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters shall overflow the hiding place. So what he's saying, when the time comes, for example, in this end time in Babylon, when all the pressures and the problems start, then you are going to be exposed. You're going to be there thinking that you are okay, and not realize that you are caught up in the midst of Babylon, not realizing that those who are to escape, who are counted worthy to escape, will go through that open door, and will come out of the midst of Babylon, and will go to where the Most High tells them to go, out of Babylon, and you who remain in there will now be exposed. And your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge, the whip or the lash shall pass through, then ye shall be trodden down by it. You see? When great tribulation comes on the earth, you are going to be trodden down by it, because you have made lies your refuge. You did not prove all things. We have a playlist called Flee Out of Babylon. Man, oh man. And there are many more to go on it, because I have added so many, and I haven't added it to the playlist. If you go through that playlist and not realize that what we are speaking is true, because everything there matches up, there's nothing that goes out. And he gives us building blocks, and little by little, everything fits in place. So if you decide to believe in the lies, this is what's going to happen to you. And I'm not going to be sorry. I'm telling people this, but I will be sorry anyway. I hope that I'm not sorry, I should say, in that day. Yes? And I can't be sorry either, because it's the judgment of the Most High. And we have to love his judgments. So whenever I see anything happening, I can't be sorry. I just remember. Because if I'm sorry, I'm going to say, Father, why did you judge it like that? From the time that it goeth forth, it shall take you, for morning by morning shall it pass over, by day, and it shall be a vexation only to understand the report. And this was what happened, by the way, in the CV thing that came through. Yeah? Consumption that was upon the earth. For the bed is shorter than that a man can stretch himself on it, and the covering narrower than that can wrap himself in it. For Yahuwah shall rise up. And this is why I was telling people, this CV thing that came up, the wicked people are doing it, but it's the Most High's will. They are doing his will. It is the Most High who is doing it. For Yahuwah shall rise up as in Mount Perazim. He shall be wroth as in the valley of Gibeon, that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act. What is this strange act? The consumption, the sickness that is upon the whole earth. Now therefore be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. Remember, we're talking about sickness and money together. Babylon end time thing. Now therefore be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. For I have heard from Yahuwah Sabaoth, I have heard from Yahuwah Alua Sabaoth, a consumption, even determined upon the face of the whole earth. When you look at the meaning of consumption, one of the meanings is a pulmonary disease. A pulmonary disease, a sickness of the lungs. And this Bible here, I want to slap in the face. Slap. When I was young and not knowing the Bible, I used to start things against it and say, oh, that book. Oh, white man's book. What a thing accurate. I have heard from Yahuwah Alua Sabaoth, a consumption, a sickness of the lungs, even determined upon the whole earth. When did we have the sickness of the lungs? You answer that. Where was I? Yes, so we're done with that. So the consumption, Babylon's end time temptation, the marriage of health and wealth. This now is the pinnacle of it all. It is the crescendo, whatever, I'm not good with words. This is the tip top of the iceberg. Health meets wealth. Revelation 6. Right? Revelation 6. Verse 1. Somebody says, is it saying that if you're not flee out of Babylon, USA will be destroyed? No, it's the Most High's decision. I can only tell you what I see in the scriptures. So this is what people do. They watch for you to say it, ask you questions, and then convict you on these things. I'm not saying, I tell you what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. And you decide for yourself. This is a teaching for you to make up your own minds. Yes? I don't know what the Most High will do with these people there. All I can tell you is what the word is saying to me, and that is what I'm called to do. I'm called to match up the words and to bring revelations to his people. That's what I'm doing. Revelation chapter 6, verses 1 to 2. This is a popular one that we have done so many times. I won't even go into it. I'll just read it, because we've had this so many times on the scriptures. Even in this, we have a 7 seals playlist in the description as well. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard as it were the noise of thunder, one of the 4 beasts saying, come and see. And I saw and behold a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went conquering and to conquer. This is the consumption determined in Isaiah chapter 28, this sickness of the lungs that was determined on the whole earth, because the white horse is the white is the color of the medical field. White is pharmacy. Remember, by pharmacy, by sorcery, where all nations deceive. So white is the color of sorcery. And he that sat on him on a bow, which is a weapon, and the ammunition for the weapon was a crown, and the meaning of crown, the etymology of crown is corona. So a corona was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. This is the sickness that was upon the whole earth. All right? Let me go over here. Yes. So that is the health part of it now. So what happened in 2019, 2020 was that health met wealth. The health, which was this, what you may call it, this consumption, this sickness of the lungs that was determined upon the whole earth, as prophesied in Isaiah 28 and Isaiah chapter 10, it met wealth, which is described in Revelation 13:16. And he caused it all, both small and great, rich and poor. Notice he put in the wealth in there, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. And as he told people, that was the injection that were given through health, mark of the beast through health, health meets wealth, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. So this wealth is what is attached to health. So the mark of the beast is health. You take that mark in your hand to prevent the sickness, that is the deception, where they deceived us through sorceries. So you take that mark in your hand in order to avoid the sickness, health. And if you don't have that number, and they are going to come with if you don't have that mark, they're going to also be coming with a number, and you will not be able to buy or sell if you don't have that number. So health met wealth. They use health in order, yes, they use health in order to get us, because let me tell you something, people. One of our greatest fears is our health. If you want people to do anything, get them sick, and they'll do anything. That is why cancer. That is why they do things to get us to get cancer. And then they get us to do their different treatments that are no good at all. No good. You can't even talk about these things plainly and call the names of those radiation type treatments that they give us. You can't even call those names because they are policing it. And people, it's a beast system that is built on health. Because if you want to get a strike on YouTube, you better watch this, because I don't know if they're going to let it stay up. Just talk anything against their health. They give you a strike and say it goes against communities this, and it goes against this, and da. So I'm keeping this recorded. It's recorded, yes, so that I can have a copy here in case of anything. So it's health and wealth, people. That's the hallmark of the beast system. So how do we overcome this? How do we overcome the beast and the temptation of health and wealth? Because there are 7 plagues that are coming soon. 7 plagues are coming soon. Let's see the plagues. Revelation 15, 1-8. Let's see how we can overcome. This is one they are not even going to care about how long we go. Who wants to go, go. But so much has to be brought out, we can't cut it short. And I saw another sign in Shamaim, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is filled up the wrath of Alua. So what is coming? The wrath of Alua is coming. Why is the wrath coming? It's coming from all the wickedness that is coming on the earth, but it's also coming for the sorceries of Babylon. It is coming for those of us who bowed to the sorcery. So the Most High allowed them to do this thing to say what? To show who loves him and who is going to reject these things for him. Are these saints going to give up these things for me, or are they going to be glued to them? So the wrath of Alua is what is coming after this. So people are going to be staying in Babylon, thinking it's the whole world. Remember, we will be given into their hands for what? Times and half a time. It's 3.5 years. So you're going to be there wanting to stay in Babylon, and for a short time, the Most High's wrath is going to come down. So you're going to bow to the system, and the Most High's wrath is going to be on you. So it's going to destroy you in this system, and then in the time to come, you're going to be thrown in the lake of fire. What sense does it make? Why don't you obey him and flee out of the midst of Babylon? Why are you there asking? So if I don't come out of the United States, because you want to stay. That is why the test is there. Will you want to stay? Will you give up everything for me? Our test for salvation of the Most High is whether or not we want to be his servants, his slaves. Whether or not we are willing to give up everything for him. That is why Hamashiach said, if any man hate not his father, mother, sister, brother, everything, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. So if you are hearing these words and you're still determined that you hang on, and do you mean that? Do you mean that? It means you do not love him enough. Go and seek out how to find out to love him more. Until you reach to the point where you can sacrifice yourself unto him. As Hamashiach sacrificed himself unto us, our bodies have to be a living sacrifice. We have to sacrifice unto him. Or else we cannot please him. This is not religion, this is the truth. Verse 2. And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten victory over the beast. So this now is our lives now. It's a reality show we are in. It's a game. Are you going to gain victory over the beast? This life that you are living, it means nothing. The life that you have built up, you have gone to school, you have gone to college, you have gotten your qualification, you have gone this, you have waited in your organization, you have gotten promotion, you have this, it is nothing. Question is, have you gotten victory over the beast? That's it. And them that had gotten victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass having the harps of Alua. So this is what you have to do. Those who had gotten the victory. And how can you have victory over the beast? By staying among the beast. When the beast is Babylon's system, and the Most High says, if you stay among her, you will be partakers of her sins and you will receive of her plagues. How can you get victory over Babylon? I don't care what anyone wants to say about me. I know that what I'm speaking is the truth. And today will prove it. So you can stay in the flood of lies. I am for truth. I give up my life to seek truth. And I am telling you what I have given up my life to prove. It's the Most High who leads me and shows me these things. Not me for myself pick up and say, okay, I believe this. Some things I tell you I can't answer because it has not yet been shown. Do you have victory over the beast? Because right now, when you're in Babylon, right now, they are coming with the number of his name. You will not be able to buy or sell without getting that number. Do you have victory over the beast? Are you going to stay in the midst of Babylon? Do you have victory over the beast? And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of Alua, the slave, the doulos of Alua, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works, Yahuwah, Alua Almighty. Just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. Who shall not fear thee, O Yahuwah, and exalt thy name? For thou only art Kadosh. For all nations shall come and worship before thee, for thy judgments are made manifest. Now after that celebration, you know what is coming after that? The wrath of Alua, the 7 plagues are coming. And it's so terrible that what does it tell us in Revelation 15:5? And after that I looked, and behold, the temple of the tabernacle of the testimony in heaven was opened. And the 7 Malachim came out of the temple, having the 7 plagues, clothed in purple and white linen, and having their breasts girded with golden girdles. And one of the 4 beasts gave unto the 7 angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of Alua, who liveth forever and ever. And the temple was filled with smoke from the splendor of Alua. Yes. And from his power. And no man was able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled. You know what is coming up next? Wrath. Revelation 16:1. And I heard a great voice out of the temple saying to the 7 Malachim, Go your ways and pour out the vials of the wrath of Alua upon the earth. And the first went and poured out his vial upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image, and the plagues continued. The wrath of Yahuwah continues. Now, I'm going to clarify something here. Again. In the past, we had to flee to the mountains when they attacked our temple. In the past, we had to flee to the mountains when they attacked our temple. Now, 1 Corinthians 6 verse 19 shows us that our temple is now, our temple is now our bodies. Our temple is now our bodies. Sorry about that. 1 Corinthians 6 verse 19. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of Ruach HaKadosh which is in you, which ye have of Alua, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with a price. Therefore exalt Alua in your body and in your Ruach, which are Elohim. So guess what? They know that our body is the temple. That is why they come with the mark of the beast, health and wealth, to attack our bodies, which is our temples. But anyway, in the past, we had to flee to the mountains when they attacked our literal temple. 2 Maccabees 5, 21 to 27. I want you to look and listen carefully at this section of it, because this is a question that many people ask about fleeing to the mountains. Right? This is an insight that the Most High is just giving me. Please look carefully. 2 Maccabees 5 verses 21 to 27. 2 Maccabees 5, 21 to 27. So when Antiochus had carried out of the what? The temple 1,800 talents, he departed in all haste unto Antiochia, weening in his pride to make the land navigable and the sea passable by foot. Such was the haughtiness of his mind. Such is the haughtiness of the beast today, that are saying you are not going to own anything, but you are going to be happy. Same principle, same people, same spirit. And he left governors to vex the nation. At Jerusalem, Philip, for his country a Phrygian, and for manners more barbarous than he that set him there. Now this here is saying that this beast divided up the nation for people to vex the nation. In the book of Revelation, it tells you when the second beast is here, the second beast is going to vex the nation again, but he is going to divide up the place into 10 kings, which are 10 governors. The world is going to be divided in 10, and there are going to be 10 different people who are going to set up to vex the nations. So look what they did here. And he left governors to vex the nation. At Jerusalem, Philip for his country a Phrygian, and for manners more barbarous than he that set him there. So they are going to bring all sorts of wickedness and evil to the place. And that Garizim, Andronicus, and besides Menelaus, who worse than all the rest bear an heavy hand over the citizens, having a malicious mind against his countrymen, the Jews. So when you set someone over our people, they usually treat them worse than the strangers. He sent also that detestable ringleader Apollonius, with an army of 220,000, commanded him to slay all those that were in their best age, and to sell the woman and the younger sword, who coming to Jerusalem and pretending peace, did forbear till the day of the Sabbath, when taking the Jews keeping the holy day, he commanded his men to arm themselves. And so he slew all them that were gone to the celebrating of the Sabbath, and running through the city with weapons, slew great multitudes. So, they are going to be attacking our people. Yes? And notice the anti-spirit of Antichrist always attacks the Sabbath. That is why they have the lunar Sabbath, attacking the Sabbath, to get us today to not know today is the Sabbath, and to follow Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, all different days rotating as the Sabbath. Well, this is the one that we want now. But Judas Maccabeus, with 9 others, or thereabout, withdrew himself into the wilderness, and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts with his company, who fed on herbs continually, lest they should be partakers of the pollution. Now notice he did. He withdrew himself. This is what we have to do today. When you flee out of Babylon, you withdraw yourself away from all that they are going and that they are planning to do. Judas Maccabeus did not stay among them and fight among them and hide among them. He went into the wilderness. And what did he do? He fed on herbs. So you don't have to be looking at this beef and this chicken and this. All you be concerned about food. Because this is more or less me, my diet. Fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts. For 6 days of the week, and 1 day of the week I might eat fish. We have to give up, people. We have to give up. No, it says, lest they be partakers of the pollution. What did the Most High say? Flee out of Babylon, that you do not. Be not partakers of her sins, that you receive not of her plague. So you come out. Maccabeus came out in order to not partake of their pollution. That's the same thing with us. They are polluting us with food, every single thing. What are we doing, people? No, this is what we want. Live in the mountains. We're going to look at mountains because remember, the law is spiritual, but I am carnal. This is Old Testament. New Testament is spiritual. We have to understand the spiritual meaning. And we're going to show you. Just listen very carefully and stay with us. All right? So they lived in the mountains. That means it's time to flee to the mountains. Very simple. Mark of the beast. Time of the mark of the beast. Flee. Flee out of the midst of Babylon. Yes? So let's go to Mark 13, 14 to 20. Flee to the mountains. As I said, follow me. Follow me with this one. Mark 13, 14. But when ye shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let him that readeth understand, then let them that be in Judea flee to the mountains. Now we did a video on the abomination of desolation. It was a revelation that I received. And they took it down. I have not been able to do it since then. I hope probably on Just a Word Shorts I might do it. The abomination of desolation. If we trace back the abomination of desolation when it was given by Antiochus Epiphanes, it was, I think, the 14th day or the 15th day of the equivalent of Kislev, which is the equivalent of December that we have today. The abomination of desolation that they inject in our bodies was given on the 14th day of Kislev in Babylon, USA. What a coincidence. 1 day apart, almost within 1 day. The abomination of desolation is that thing that was injected in us. Because, why is it abomination of desolation? Our body is the temple and it desolates our temples. Because the M to the R to the N to the A goes to the D to the N to the A and alters the D to the N to the A, putting in the programming of the beast. That is why it makes our temple desolate. Now, the unlearned people are looking now for someone to go inside a temple and to desolate a temple and to declare themselves as the Most High in the temple. Hey. And let him that is on the housetop not go down into the house, neither enter therein to take anything out of his house. And let him that is in the field not turn back again for to take up his garment. But woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. And pray ye that your flight be not in the winter. For in those days shall be affliction, such as was not from the beginning of the creation, which Allah created unto this time, neither shall be. Now what is he telling us here? Make sure that your flight is before all of this happens. Now the Most High has given us a window. He says, flee out of Babylon. We can flee now. Guess what most people are doing? Most people are waiting until it appears as if all of this thing is going to happen, and they say, okay, it's time, let's go. Not knowing that we are dirty and we are filthy and we are polluted, as I found out when I left out of Babylon. And the journey has shown me that I was polluted, I was filthy, I thought that I was righteous. But I needed to go through certain things, certain horrible things, certain nice things, certain good things, up and down, all different sorts of things, in order to bring me to some form of perfection. So there are people in Babylon who refuse to come out, waiting to come out at the last minute, thinking that coming out of Babylon and going in the kingdom is a filthy person going in. The Most High will not let you go in filthy. You have to come out first and be processed. Come out spiritually first and then come out physically first, be processed. And then when it is time to enter Babylon, he's satisfied that you are, then he will gather you. When it's time to enter Zion, rather, and he's satisfied that you have made the cut, then he will gather you and we will be taken into Zion. That's it. And except that Yahuwah had shortened those days, what will happen? No flesh should be saved, but for the elect's sake, whom he has chosen, he had shortened the days. That is why people, as you wake up in the morning, by the time you look, the day is over. We are in that time. Oh yes? So it says, flee to the mountains. Who should flee to the mountains? Them that be in Judea. Question: are we in Judea? Are we in Judea? So, if we are not in Judea, why is everyone seeking that fleeing to the mountains mean we have to be up in some mountains? We're going to show you something. Let's continue. We are not in Judea. We are in Babylon. We are in Babylon. You see, the things are there before us. Let me put my ugly face out of the way. The things are there before us. No, let me block this. Not time for this. The things are there before us. And we cannot see it. Right? We are not in Judea. Those who are in Judea, that was written for those at that time. We are not yet in Judea. We are striving to go into Judea. We are in Babylon. So let's look at the figurative use of mountains for the end time. The word mountains is the G3735, probably from an absolute aura, to rise or rear, perhaps akin to G4142, a mountain. But if we look at in the Strongs, we see to rise or rear. So a mountain is something that lifts itself above the plane, as it says in the Strongs, lifts itself above the plane, above the ordinary. Right? So let's look at the figurative use of mountain for the end time in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, the use of the word mountain refers to a mountain or range of hills, sometimes used figuratively. You see this thing here? Sometimes used figuratively. Look in the Strongs. Sometimes used figuratively. And let's look at the use of it figuratively. Let's go into Yeshayahu. Yeshayahu chapter 2, verse 2. And it says, "And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahuwah's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it." What is it saying? The mountain of Yahuwah's house shall be established in the top of the mountain. How can you have a mountain and establish a mountain of his house in the mountain? The mountain is referring to the refuge, the strength, the protection. Yes? Being exalted above all. And many people shall go and say, "Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Alu of Jacob." So this mountain is a house. So for the mountain to be a house, the mountain refers to the strength, the protection, the fortress that it is at this time. To the house of Alua, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of Alua from Jerusalem. Okay? So we're going to look at the difference, because remember we said we're not in Judea, we are in Babylon. Let's look at the difference of us going into Babylon and us coming out of Babylon. So going into Babylon, Jeremiah 29:28 tells us what we should do. "For therefore he sent unto us in Babylon, saying, This mount, he says to us as in Zephaniah, Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired." So when it's time to come out, he said, it's time, it's soon time, gather yourselves together. Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass of the chaff, before the fierce anger of Alua come upon you, before the day of Yahuwah's anger come upon you, go back now to Revelation 15, when he told us about the wrath of Yahuwah being poured out, and those who had gotten victory. So before the wrath was 7 plagues were poured out, this is what it's talking about. Before the 7 plagues, we have to gather together. So many people are there fleeing out of Babylon with their selfish selves, because all they want to do is to gather their riches and relocate somewhere else and wait on Yahuwah. You think Yahuwah is an idiot? We are going back to Acts chapter 2. What you call it? Assembly. That's what the Most High is going with, this gathering together. It's not you going somewhere and picking up yourself and going hiding by yourself. Gather yourselves together. Before the day of his wrath, before his plagues. And when is that? No. It is no. Because the mark of the beast has gone out. The number of his name is coming. What are you waiting on? They are working on they're working on their digital system. Their digital currencies and everything. They are waiting on that. Now is the time. And remember, we read when he says, Yahuwah, for it will be a crown of splendor and a royal diadem for those who seek Yahuwah. Those who gather themselves together before his wrath are those who seek him. Look at the next verse. "Seek ye Yahuwah, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of Yahuwah's anger." So those who seek Yahuwah, these are those These are those who is going to cover, probably, maybe, you will qualify to be hid in the day of his anger. I want you to follow me. So he told us to gather together. And where did he tell us? Together. Where did he tell us? Together. Coming out of Babylon. Because let me tell you something. I don't know whatever plans the Most High has. But the Most High has been very, very clear on where he told me together. And that is not a literal mountain. And it was only when I'm doing this teaching that I understood why. Because I used to ask, why is the Most High making us gather there? Why? Why not in the mountains? And people are asking me, when are we going to the mountains? Why not in the mountains? The Most High showed me again that is in the fields we should be. And let me show you why. Micah 4, verses 1 to 10. Micah 4, 1 to 10. Where's Micah? Oh. But in the last days it shall come to pass, you see the same thing again, that the mountain of Yahuwah, the house of Yahuwah shall be established in the top of the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it. Yes? So the mountain of Yahuwah's house, the protection that is of Yahuwah's house, shall be established in the top of the mountains, at the top of the nations, the chief nations of the earth. It will be the most powerful nation on the earth, because it will be ruling the earth. We will be ruling the earth from there. And it shall be exalted above the hills, will be exalted above all the other nations. And people shall flow unto it. It will be the capital of the world. That's what's going to happen in the end. And many nations shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, and to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For the law shall go forth of Zion, and the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among many people, and rebuke strong nations afar off. No, we don't need that. So Yahuwah shall rescue Zion. This is the part that we want. In that day, saith Yahuwah, will I assemble her that halteth, and I will gather her that is driven out, and her that I have afflicted. He will. These are us. Yes? And I will make her that halted a remnant. These are us. And her that was cast far off a strong nation. These are us. And Yahuwah shall reign over them where? In Mount Zion, from henceforth even forever. And thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion, unto thee it shall come. Even the first dominion, the kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem. Now why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselor perished? For pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail. Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There Yahuwah shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies. He did not tell us to go into any literal mountains, because we're going to show the meaning of mountains later now, after this. It is to dwell in the field. And he has shown us which field to dwell in. And many people among us do not believe. He shall deliver us from Babylon, but not in the midst of Babylon. That's the difference. Because in the midst of Babylon is in the cities and in their way of life. But we will come out and we'll still be in Babylon, because Babylon encompasses the whole world. But we will be dwelling in the field. And that is where he tells us to wait on him. That is where he's going to deliver us. But why will he gather us in the field. Why will he gather us in the field? Because the deliverance of his people is a public deliverance, a show of his power to the whole world. This is something that we missed. How many times have we seen, and the heathen shall know that I am Yahuwah? How many times have we seen, and I will be, what is it again? Let me get it. Ezekiel 28, 25 to 26. I can't remember the words. Ezekiel 28, 25 to 26. How many times have we seen this? Yasharal gathered securely. He's not going to hide us, people. He's going to gather us before everybody. He's going to protect us before everybody. And he's going to gather us before everybody. Thus saith Yahuwah Alua, when I shall have gathered the house of Yasharal from the people among whom they are scattered, and shall be sanctified in them in the sight of the heathen, then shall they dwell in their land that I have given to my servant Jacob. He's going to take us out and we'll be sanctified in their sight. Then he shall bring us into the land. And they shall dwell safely therein, and shall build houses and plant vineyards. Yea, they shall dwell with confidence when I have executed judgments upon all those that despise them round about them, and they shall know that I am Yahuwah. He is going to execute the judgment on the nations. He's going to protect us, execute judgment on the nations, and then carry us out in the sight of the nations and bring us into the land in front of all the nations. He's not going to hide us. Anyway, we continue. What's the next one? Ezekiel 39, 25 to 29, another example. 30, what did I say? 35, 29. What did I say? Ezekiel 39, 25. 39, 25 to 29. This is the restoration of our people. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Alua, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Yasharal, and will be jealous for my set-apart name. After that they have borne their shame, which we have already done, and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwell safely in their land, and none made them afraid. Oh, so this was when we were in the land, we trespassed against him, and so he sent us into captivity. When I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations. So it's going to be before every nation. After he gathers us out of the land, it's going to happen before him. Then shall they know that I am Yahuwah their Alua, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them unto their own land, and have left none of them anymore there. This is a remnant, none of the remnant there. Not everybody's going to come. Yes? I have gathered them unto their own land, that is where I am now, the Most High's land. Neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my ruach upon the house of Yasharal, saith Yahuwah Alua. Yes? So the mountains, let's look at how he will protect us to get an understanding of the mountain, of what the mountain actually means. Remember, this is the spiritual covenant. Too many times we are looking at carnal things to understand it. So it says mountain, we are looking for literal mountains. No. Let's look at how he will protect us. Yeah, so he gathers us and he has us in the field. But in the field is where he will gather, he will protect us. Let's look at how he will protect us. And it goes to the very famous Psalms. Da-da-da-da. Psalms what? How will he protect us? Let's see if you're going. Which one of the Psalms shows his protection? Which one of the Psalms? Ta-da. Psalms 91. My refuge and my fortress. The mountain of Yahuwah. Tamia, I see you got it. The mountain of Yahuwah is his refuge and his protection, not a literal mountain. So fleeing to the mountain is fleeing under his instructions to where he says we should go, and there he will protect us. I love my Father. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of Mighty. So we will be in his secret place, and we will be abiding under his shadow. He will be over us, and nobody can touch us. I will say of Yahuwah, he is my refuge and my fortress. This is a mountain. You want to see the mountain of Yahuwah? You want to see the mountain of Yahuwah? This is it. My refuge and my fortress. Refuge there. Can you see it? Refuge there is machse, which means a shelter, literally or figuratively. Hope, place of refuge, shelter or trust. The mountain of Yahuwah's house is his place of refuge. This here where he's telling us to go, it's his place of refuge for us. That's what his word says. That's what I believe. Now what about fortress? It's matsud, which means a net or abstractly capture, also a fastness, castle, defense, fortress, stronghold, be hunted, always something out, net, snare, strong place. So he'll be leading us to a strong place, a stronghold. That is the field. Why is that? Because he will be the one who is protecting us. His high power will be protecting us. How did he protect the children of Israel when they were coming out of Egypt? He was a pillar of a cloud by day and a fire by night. And he led them and he protected them. So why won't the Most High now tell us how to flee and where to flee, and then he leaves us unprotected? Hey, Yahuwah, you are great. My Alua, in him will I trust. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. Let me get this web thing here to get all of these meanings. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. Who is the fowler? The person who snares us. This is why you flee out of Babylon, because the fowler is in Babylon, trying to snare the people with his mark of the beast and the number of his name. So what are you saying here sometimes? Oh, I don't have money to flee. Oh, I don't have... Why are you saying that the Most High is not able to deliver you from the snare of the fowler? Is that what you're saying? Is his hand waxed short? Now notice what he's going to deliver us from. First, he's going to deliver us from the snare of the fowler, from the beast, and from the what? The noisome pestilence. What is the noisome pestilence? What is the noisome pestilence? The destroying. The noisome there is destroying. Yes? No. Deber is pestilence, yes. Which is something destroying. A plague. Plague. So remember, I wonder if I can do this, so because I'm going to go so often to it. Wonder if I can do this and go here and go there. All right. So the noisome pestilence, the pestilence there, the bear is a plague. So we know, and we are talking about health and wealth, the what they're going to do with wealth is a consumption. It is sicknesses that they're going to send over the whole world. Plagues. The Most High is going to deliver us from it. When you are in where? His secret place. You see? Most High sent me to go somewhere, and people ask me, where can you go? I can't tell you anywhere. Telling you where the Most High told me to go. All right? And then I some. Where did I go? Then I some pestilence, yes. And noisome there means what? Mischief, naughtiness, perverse thing, very wickedness. So this pestilence is telling you that this pestilence comes from the wicked. Just as we knew that that sickness in 2019 came from the wicked. So the Most High is telling us here that he will deliver us from it. He shall cover thee with his feathers. Feathers stop the rain from falling on you, stop the cold, give you heat, all of those things. And under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. You see this? His truth. You see we're speaking truth today. That is what shall protect us. Shield is something that protects us, that stops blows from coming on us. Yes? And he is our buckler. That is something surrounding a person that is a shield, protection. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flieth by day. The terror by night is referring to something that you cannot see. As is verse 6 that says, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness. What is this talking about? There are diseases that you cannot see that they say come from virus. They walk in darkness, you cannot see them. And this was what was my hallmark during that pandemic. I told people I'm not afraid of this thing. Because I believe in the Most High protection. And that thing never touched me. Nor my family, nor my house. Yes? You have to believe in the Most High. Nor of the arrow that flieth by day. So nothing that happens in the daytime. And the arrow that flieth by day is something that you can see coming towards you, but it's coming so fast. You have no control over it. Nothing like that will affect you. Nor for the pestilence. You see the pestilence again? That walketh in darkness. Nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. Wasted at noonday, this is what you can see. But the one that is in darkness you cannot see. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. When we dwell in the secret place, the Most High is going to protect us. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. So the wicked will be afflicted, but you will not. And here is why. Because thou hast made Yahuwah, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. What does it mean? Someone saying something? Even the Most High, my habitation. Habitation is dwelling place. So wherever the Most High tells you to dwell, you dwell there. Yes? And you dwell in him because you dwell in his Son. When you dwell in his Son, you dwell in him. When you dwell in him, you're going to hear where he tells you to dwell. So now he is your habitation. You don't care about those places in this world. Habitation there means abode of Alua, the tabernacle or the temple. Men, their home or their animals, hence a retreat. Then dwelling place, habitation. So the Most High is our all in all, our dwelling place, our habitation. We have given everything to become his slaves, his servants. So because we are his slaves, the onus is on him to protect his slaves. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague, there we go with sickness again. There shall not any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The young lion and the dragon shall thou trample under feet. And what is the dragon? Satan. These are all the problems and the troubles and the bad men and the bad this that are coming upon us. The Most High said we shall step and tread upon them. All the bad ruach out, the evil spirits that are coming to tear us down. Most High said we shall trample the dragon under feet. And here's why the Most High said it. Because he hath set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high because he hath known my name. He hath known my authority. He has known my character. He hath set his love upon me. And setting our love upon him is loving him with all our hearts, mind, and soul, and loving our neighbor as ourselves. That is why he will deliver us. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation. This is it, people. This is how he protects us. So, how can we reach here? How can we reach here? Reject the love of money, Babylon's wealth. It is Babylon's wealth that is going to tie us to Babylon. Babylon's wealth is going to tie us to Babylon. We have to reject the wealth of Babylon to even begin to come out of Babylon. First Timothy 6, verse 6. But godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be there with content. This is where we need to reach. I have my clothes. I have food. I am happy, as they say in South Africa. I am happy. Food and raiment, I'm happy. Okay? That's where we need to reach. Verse 9. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and the snare. Remember, the snare that is coming upon this earth is contingent on overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life. And we show that to come out of drunkenness, you have to flee out of Babylon and you have to ask your way to Zion. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. So when you're going after Babylon's money, this is what's going to happen to you. And will be rich there does not necessarily mean you want to be rich. I want to be rich. It does mean chasing after money. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. This is what's going to happen. We as believers covet after money, want to go after money, and hear what we say. We want to get this. People, many of us, we have plans. We have so many plans of what we are going to do. So many plans. Oh, I have to get this together before I have to do this, and I have to do this. And will lead us chasing money until, do you know, when the Most High is going to shut the door? Which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. So that's the wealth part of it. How do you get to where we need to go? You cannot only reject the wealth of Babylon, you also have to reject the wealth of Babylon. Rewind. Foolishness. You not only have to reject the wealth of Babylon, you also have to reject the health of Babylon. You have to reject Babylon's sorceries. Revelation 18:23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. So the whole world deceived by the sorceries. How do we deal with that? Revelation 21:8. But the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable and murderers, remember the abominable are those who have diverse weights and measures. So those who are in sin through buying and selling are the abominable, among the abominable. And murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. So the sorcerers are going to go in the lake of fire. So if you are partaking of the sorceries, hey, you are unbelieving. It can put you in several categories. You have to get rid of sorcery. You have to reject sorcery. So sorceries up top will deceive the nations, and no sorcerer can enter the kingdom. Revelation 22:14-15. Barak are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. For without are dogs and sorcerers, and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters, and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. Those of you who are working in the nursing field, the doctor field, the pharmaceutical field, partaking in sorceries, those who are partakers of those sorceries, being deceived, being plugged and punched in with all sorts of abominable things, of all sorts of abominations, you need to reject that. So fleeing out of the midst of Babylon, you cannot be bringing Babylon's sorceries with you. You have to now decide and determine and figure out the natural things that we can use to deal with these illnesses. The food, the herbs, the oils, all of those things that can be used to treat these things. And you'd be surprised how these things work even better than their abominations. All right? So kind of speeding it up quickly. The whole bottom line is to deny self. Problem solved. All problem. Let me get myself out of the way. All problem solved. Deny yourself. That's it. And let me tell you something. Let me put my face here. Look at me carefully. You see, if you do not deny yourself, you're wasting your time. You see? If you do not deny yourself to the point when you are a slave of Yahushua HaMashiach and a slave of Yahuwah, you're wasting your time. You cannot overcome, you cannot achieve any of the promises that we just showed you. You cannot dwell in a secret place any at all unless you have denied yourself, unless my life is not my own, to you I belong. Unless that is literal. You're not just singing it like the Christians do. Unless that is literally what you are doing, you're wasting your time. If you are deciding your own ways and say, no, let me do this because such and such. If you're not a servant, a slave of the Most High, giving up everything and giving up your right to everything in life, living only to serve Him, you're wasting your time. Let's go to Matthew 16:24. Then said Yahushua unto his disciples, if any man, no exceptions, any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his stake and follow me. Now, if you look at the meaning of what it means to deny self, let me go there. It's in the, where is it? Deny self, Matthew 16:24, is it? All right. 24. To deny himself. To deny himself, to deny means to affirm that one has no acquaintance or connection with someone. To deny yourself means that you do not have any acquaintance with yourself. You don't have any connection with yourself. You sever the connection between you and yourself. Another meaning is to forget one's self. To lose sight of oneself and one's own interests. So you no longer care about your own interests or your own self. You are not important anymore. I am nothing. I just live. Like Lulubelle and Cathy. Just live. Hey. 999,999 out of 10,000 would not understand what I just said. Yes? Lulubelle and Cathy were two people who were in our community, and they were two people on the streets, and we used to admire them how they were happy. They just lived. They didn't care about paying any bills. They didn't care about nothing. They just lived. And when they say, hey, Cathy, what go on? He's like, that's all. He was happy with Lulubelle, and Lulubelle was happy with him. Man and woman. They just lived. That's how we have to live. We just live like Lulubelle and Cathy. Just go through. And my friend and I think it was Uncle Al, we used to just look at them and say, Lulubelle and Cathy, because they would just be walking together, hand in hand on the street. And just passing, and Al and I would say, Lulubelle and Cathy are go through. They are going through. Just going through. They don't care about you. They don't care about anybody. They have each other. They're just going through. That's how we have to live. And these are the people who can't flee out of Babylon, because you cannot go through like Lulubelle and Cathy. You cannot. And that is what is required of us. If any man come to me, Luke 14:26, and hate not his father and mother, because we have some people who are all they're on is their family, my family, my family. To flee out of the midst of Babylon, I have to leave my daughter that I love so much, so dearly, and I have been nurturing from a child, from a babe, thereabout. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Do you think they left this thing in here for a joke? Do you think it was for some people? How many of us are in religion? Because we ignore all of these things. These are qualifications. These are things that are going to make us qualified to flee out of the midst of Babylon. We have to hate our own lives. That is what it means to deny ourselves. See there, to affirm that one has no acquaintance or connection with someone, with their own self. To lose sight of one's self and one's own interests. Hating your own life. And whosoever does not bear his stake and come after me cannot be my disciple. Who is not willing to pick up... Hey, how many of us, this coming out of Babylon, we are trying to make things perfect? Boy, I cannot because such and things and such and all sorts of excuse. You're not willing to bear the cross, the stake, rather. You're not willing to pick up the burdens and the troubles and the trials and to come out and say, boy, I don't know how this is going to work, but I trust in the Most High for doing it. No, you want it calculated. You want everything in the own hand and under your control, because Babylon has taught you that your life is being in control of everything. That is life. But you want to live like me. You want to know the life that I live. Like Lulubelle and Cathy, I just go through. Because my heart is fixed and my mind is fixed on Zion. So nothing in this world derails me. It's Zion I'm looking at. That's what it says we should do. What about you? It's Zion. That's it. So I'm willing to bear anything in this world, as long as you get me, Father, to Zion. And I pray the Most High, I say, Father, I want to see the destruction of the wicked. Please, please, please. Let me live to see the destruction of the wicked. Let me see the destruction of this wicked system, the wicked people putting things into people, try to program them. Let me see their destruction. These are the things that motivate. These are the things that I live for. Problem solved if you deny yourself. Luke 14:28. For which of you intending to build a tower, sit it not down first and count at the cost, whether you have sufficient to finish it. We had a teaching based on counting the cost. You have to deny yourself because you first have to look into it and say, you know what? What am I going to do now? If you decide that you're going to flee, you have to deny yourself. You have to just give up. You cannot have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, because that is what most people who come out of Babylon do. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're out of Babylon, nobody can't even talk to you. People can't even correct you. You live your life still chasing after the things of this world. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. If you are not willing to give up every single thing that you have, you cannot qualify to be in his secret place. You cannot be his disciple. And I yield. Corrección, Señor. I give up. That's it. That's it. That's the word that you heard. Yadehuah. All praises to the Most High for this word. All praises to the Most High for his goodness and his mercy that has followed his people, that has followed us. His people, the Most High is making a way for his people, the children of Yasharal. And I see some people saying, oh, those you are not the children of Yasharal. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Please leave your questions in the chat, and if I think it is apt for me to answer, I will answer, because I do not believe in people who go around the internet, go and asking questions here and asking questions here and do not have any doc. You need to find a teacher to answer these questions. You need to find a teacher to answer these questions. I will answer what I can answer. You need to find a teacher. You cannot be going around like Lone Rangers, picking here and picking there. That will not get you unto salvation. It will get you unto confusion. Find a set-apart end-time teacher, please. That's my advice to you all as well. All right, so let me look through Jamaican. Let me look through the chat and see if there's any question that is there for me. All right, it's a long chat today. Where is it? Someone says, I took that thing. Does that mean I am doomed? We are not the Most High. I cannot tell you that you are doomed for anything. What we do know is that mercy triumphs over judgment. Lennox Radix. Mercy triumphs over judgment, and his mercy has not yet been executed. So, what we have always told people, it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say in the world. So, he has not executed his judgment on you. I would repent with all my heart, my mind, and soul. And as this teaching has stated, to give up everything in this world, going after the Most High to serve him. Give up every single thing and repent daily. Yeah? So someone says pretty much because it will change you. So there is nothing that they can do that the Most High cannot undo. Because in Ezekiel chapter 13, he tells us that he will rip the things from our arms. All right? Okay? So we have some teachings there. We have teachings on Revelation and Ezekiel 13. You can go and check that out on Just a Word here. And it will tell you what we have found, what has been revealed to us in terms of that. All right? Can't make comment on the Facebook page. When you try to do so, is another person's video coming up. That's strange. All right. I'm listening in starting now. Is this for today or a replay? This is not a replay. This is a live teaching. All right. I started watching The Pollution of the Gentiles and suddenly I'm here. Two very good teachings to have together. All right. I am in the USA born also. I've already made up my mind to grow my own food. 2 years ago, my son and I do grow food. Is Zion Africa? Zion is in Africa. We believe Zion is in Africa. All right? Zion walked by faith, not by sight, when tests and trials over and over. Remember what? It's Yahuwah, not Yahweh. But Yahuwah said, take no thought to what you may. Okay. Can you put your questions, whatever, in the chat while I run down the queue? Oh, some people meeting up here. Second Exodus is happening and no ship will come to America for escape. The Most High asked us to flee Babylon. Yeah. Thanks, Michael, for giving that comment on Rumble. Yeah, the Most High shut the door with Noah. All right. Christianity teaches that if you are left behind is a bad thing. That's exactly it. It's the opposite. But Christianity, of course, is the religion of Satan. So Satan flips around everything in order to get us deceived. So Christianity has been used to deceive. Yahuwah told me to flee, but I don't know how or where. I just keep seeking Yahuwah. I live in Ohio, USA. I do hope the Most High will show you where to go. Okay? Yes, please like, please. Pharmakia. In the Church of Satan, the 5th degree is the highest level one can achieve, known as MAGA. The racists always been there. They now are empowered to surface. No, no, bum, 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 bum. Da, da, da. I feel something is coming on Babylon soon. I feel a pushing to flee I have for the past 2 years. 2 years you have been pushed to flee and you still stay at the same place. Wow. Congratulations. That's very obedient, Laron. Oh, someone says my husband does not want to flee. Oh, I see. Well, we looked at it today. Are we at questions at yet? Someone says, what do you think of remarriage? When a person cheats and then remarried someone else and cheats on them, are they living in adultery? Of course. Yahweh knows the desires of our hearts. He knows our hearts. He knows the thoughts and intents of our hearts. So if I cheat and then remarry, of course it's adultery. Most times not mocked. For whosoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whosoever loses his life for me, because of me, will find it. And this is something now. What does this mean? Whosoever wants to save his life will lose it. It's for those who do not want to deny themselves, because it's Matthew 16:25. It's not saying that, for example, that fleeing out of Babylon is you trying to save your life. No. Fleeing out of Babylon is you being obedient to the instructions of the Most High. Yeah? But when it says, whosoever wants to save his life will lose it, it is those who do not want to deny themselves. Because denying themselves will mean that you have to reach to a point where you are willing to give up your life. Simple. All right? Isaiah 13, Yahuwah will plunge the world for its evil and the wicked for their sin. I will crush the arrogance of the proud and humble the pride of the mighty. Yeah. Surely a time of Jacob's trouble has not begun as yet. How can a pestilence walk? It's just figurative. Yes? Diseases are spread person to person, most of them. So when they say the pestilence walks, is when it moves and spreads from people to people. It's just a figurative way of saying it. Somebody made a very good point. Edgar C. This test is similar to Abraham's. The Most High tested him for sacrificing his son, Isaac. It's a test for us. Same thing. And that is why I told you when we fled out of the midst of Babylon and we were dwelling in our tents in the field, we looked at it and said, this is the same thing. He made Abraham dwell in tents. He made Isaac dwell in tents. Jacob dwell in tents. He made the children of Israel dwell in tents, and he made us dwell in tents as well. Somebody said you're not doomed. How do you know that? It's just easier for them to log into your body and reprogram your DNA to whatever they want. How do you know it's not doomed when he took the mark of the beast? No, we are not saying that he is doomed, but how can you say he's not doomed? It's the Most High now who has the handle. So you cannot say that. Because depending on his repentance, maybe the Most High will forgive, maybe he will not. Remember when he told us about gathering together in Zephaniah 2 verse 3, he says, it may be that you will be covered from Yahuwah's anger. Maybe. So you cannot tell the person that they are not doomed, because if you tell them so, they're going to be complacent and not strive to seek after the Most High with all their hearts, minds, and soul. Yes? Rael says, I am seventh day. If you are an Adventist, Rael, you're in lies. You're in the deception of Satan's religion of Christianity. And the deception is because you keep the Sabbath, you think you are in the truth. I'm telling you plainly, go seek truth. The Bible is not about a religion or religions. The Bible is about a nation, the children of Israel. The Bible is about the children of Yashua, about us. It is our salvation, not the salvation of a religion. The religion was given to you by the tabernacles of Edom, who hate the Most High and hate his people, and gave you the worship of God, who is fortune, the God of luck, who is an idol, and the worship of Jesus Christ, who is Jesus Christos, who is an idol. So Christianity, no. It's a religion of the devil. If you are seventh day, it means you have a lot of searching to do. All right? All right. He said, pray for each other. I need prayers. Yada Yahuwah. So our brother here, Joshua, is asking for prayers. Please include him in your prayers. Yahuwah willing. Folks talking about fleeing. I did get my passport. Most talking won't even get their passport. Right away there, Puchna, you are on the wrong path. Because you are justifying yourself by the works that you did. Eh? Justifying yourself, comparing yourself to others because you did something. And boasting on it. Please, my brother or my sister, please humble yourself and do not justify yourself comparing yourself to others. Yes? So you can say, yes, I got my passport, I'm ready to flee. But by comparing yourself to others now, then you bring it into boasting. Understand? So it's just telling us that you got your passport, that's nothing. But to saying most talking won't even get their passport, that is no pride and boasting. All right? All right, so that's the end of this all. All right, let me go in our chat and see if there are any questions there. Whole lot of questions there. Why can I get this? Or should I end YouTube before? Should I end YouTube before doing the questions in our chat, or should I let it run? Let me try some of the questions first to see the nature of the questions. 79. All right. 649. Can I catch up? Up. All right, now offline on Facebook. That was weird. Okay, let me run through it now. Okay, that was when, yeah. Now we understand the basics for 501c churches. That's it. 501c churches will be protected because they have done their job into bringing the people into deception. Um, 80 on YouTube, 28 on Zoom, Facebook and Radio Unknown. All praises to the Most High. The scripture tells us when he becomes the son and how money has spirits attached. So-called virgin birth and Yahusha is Yahuwah is a great error. Yes, indeed. Michael says I'm an old person. What does that? What does can mean? I'm forever grateful for this knowledge and being brought out of darkness. Yada Yahuwah. Bam bam bam. Says not the valley of visions. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone should learn this whole psalm. Nothing is new under the sun. Rasta been talking about fleeing Babylon back to Africa. Marcus Garvey even buying a shipping line and calling it the Black Star Liner. So true. Nothing new under the sun, is it? I have not taken the mark of the beast, but I am curious about your thoughts of allowing a believer who has taken it to gather together in the assembly. You know, that is a very tricky question. A question that has been on me heavily for some time. And I do not have the answer because I'm still mulling over it, still hoping from the Most High. Because I do not want to make any decision on my own. With everything, I want the Most High to be the one leading. So I'm here hoping, praying that the Most High will give me the understanding as to this. Yes? Yeah. So that Ziona said, for instance, you're a lawyer and your clients lied to you about what happened and you went and told all the lies they told you while not knowing that they are lies. Would you be punished for their sin? You have to repent when you find out what it is. You have to repent. You did not know, and so you repent of it. But if you did not know and you continue, then you will receive punishment for it because you did not seek out the truth to find out whether it is the truth or not. That is what how the Most High deals with it. He deals with us. If we have the desire for the truth and we seek out the truth, then and ask for forgiveness, we will be forgiven. But if we remain in the truth, then we will remain bogged down in the lies. Yeah? All right, so it's done. So I can end YouTube. Let me go back to YouTube to see if anything else is on. And if not, then I go. All right. What if I have questions for you regarding the motherland? I know, but it... let me tell you something. As I've taught several weeks, find a teacher. I cannot be here teaching people who are not with me. He says, gather yourselves together. The Most High sets an order. He's not the author of confusion. And there's confusion in this world because people in this world going around from here to there. So I have people who are with me. These are the people who are priorities. People outside who wish to join, they may join. But you cannot be there where you are. I don't know, you don't know anything. And then you are asking me questions about where I am. That doesn't make any sense. The people that I have with me are people I know and people I see. That is how we have to deal with it. But people from outside us come and ask this. No. The Most High has shown me that doesn't. People, you have to be in some form of order. What has happened on the internet is that people have been roving and seeking truth. And because of that, the internet is one big hot mess of lies, deception, false teachers, false deceptions, and people watching here, picking there, going here, one big confusion. I won't be a part of that confusion. What I do, I start teaching when people come together. I allow them to come around me. When they come around me, they come together. We form bonds. We form a unity. We come together. They are the people that I teach. I put this out there for people out there who are seeking the truth. And if they hear the truth and they want to communicate with me, then they communicate with me. All right? That's how we do it. My daughter's care was to put on fire at 3 a.m. in the morning. I don't understand that. I spoke with you before, but I had a problem sending the email. But if you have a problem sending the email, they have a saying in the world, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Yes? Someone says the other. He said, no, let it run. Rachel, I have been chatting for over 4 hours. Over 4 hours. I have been sitting and chatting. You're not sorry for me? Yeah. All right. And then I have to meet with our group here after that. All right. So, dum. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you all for those who are watching on YouTube. We're streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Thank you all for listening. Shalom, Daniel. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to His name. Shalom to all who are listening on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Rumble. Thank you, and until next time, Shalom. Shalom, shalom, shalom.